Does anybody know or remember what happened last time? It was just another pretty boring session for the most part. Right?
I disagree.
Ito spoke
Disagree.
to the Emperor.
Yes, you did. What did you learn, Ito, about speaking to the Emperor?
I learned that she is more intelligent than we give her credit for, but just about doesn't care about much.
But she a hoe first.
She is kind of a thought.
Hoe first, Empress later.
Hell yeah. Man, when you got that much power, you might as well plow your way through the entire fucking royal court. That is something that happened. But it seems like it might perhaps be the more minor thing that happened, all things considered, with the fight beneath the vaults, where freaking Aruna and Klaus and Alec Cool and the Shade of the Redeemer all fought, and unfortunately, Klaus was killed but raised into Undeath and taken, now probably officially, as the Redeemer's apprentice, raised by him to do his work that he can no longer do, bound as he is to the vault, but a shade of his previous existence, but a shade that can't be killed unless all the magics of the vault are taken out. Not something likely to happen. Klaus has been taken into the deepest, darkest levels of the vault to continue learning of the Redeemer's good work. And so he's gone. But that's okay. Conveniently, about that time, you ran into another character. Basically a monk of the four seasons. The four elements monk.
4 elements.
The one nobody plays because they suck.
Yup.
But I ran into Reed. He had been sent to find you, Reed. From Master Amaris. Having spent us basically a way to get him in here. Plus, there is the understanding that there is indeed some fuckery going on within all of the monks' orders at this point. So that is convenient that Who Beaver's going to be playing right from now on, until if maybe some reason Klaus will come back, or maybe he won't. Who knows? But you sort of decided to return back to the vault with the Empress, the Holy Emperor, I mean, and that is when the Redeemer basically formed the shade of himself. Like I said, as long as the magics of the vault exist, he can always just reform. He can never leave the vaults, but there is just that shard of his consciousness still that inhabits this place. Did anything else important happen?
I mean, I had a talk with one of those other monks, but couldn't come to a consensus.
Lou, you had discussed about possibly changing that interaction.
Well, it's not like he's gone anywhere. You can go talk to him again.
Yes, I've already said I'm thinking about it because, Reed made that thinking that we had Klaus still.
But he's not. He's currently under lock and key, held by Siegfried beneath the taste of pride and blood. So he not going anywhere. You're at leisure. You can go talk to him. Basically, he was sort of a. It's hard to describe him. Confident, didn't really seem to wildly care about the situation he was in. That kind of thing.
He felt numb.
But, the immediate thing in front of you is that the Redeemer's shade reformed, in front of you. He is not aggressive. He's not trying to fight you, but he merely welcomes calls her his niece. I don't know the exact familial relation. Let's see. It is her grandfather is his father's brother. Is that like a second cousin?
What is it?
Her grandfather is the Redeemer's father's brother.
I'd say second cousin or just uncle for sure.
Yeah. Because he's not like the actual definition of an uncle. He's basically a generation removed from it. Basically like being a cousin. But he's always been called uncle and she's always been called niece.
So, grandfather's brother's son.
Yes.
Your first cousin once removed.
Yeah, so he's technically their first cousins once removed, but colloquially, and within the familiar line, he's always been uncle and she's always been niece, essentially. But yeah, I always wondered what that exact name was. Even so, he appears before you and the rest of the party, hands slightly outstretched, palms up. Have you finally come seeking advice, niece?
Just for future.
Oh, how I offered it in life, and you refused to take it. So much so that I was forced to attempt to remedy these situations on my own. Both the guards obviously immediately hop in front of her.
Does he acknowledge us in any way?
No,
Or just her?
just her.
Okay.
You're young and willful, but with the right temperament, you could be as fine a leader as any. But you gotta have the spark and the desire to do that. Mayhaps you finally gotten the wake-up call that I so desperately hoped you would get. And she just kind of looks at him, turns her head to the side, and says, "Who are you? Who's this?" And she turns to you. Who is this guy?
Reed pulls out and flicks a target at him.
All right, make an attack roll.
I swat Reed's hand.
It's only 15.
It doesn't hit him anyways. It passes through
I
his smoky
swat
form.
Reed's hand. I told you it doesn't fucking do anything.
I know.
Leave it be.
Doesn't mean it
This
doesn't
is
make you feel
your-
better.
This is your kin, also known as the Redeemer.
Right. I don't. He sort of says, "Perhaps you didn't know me as the Redeemer. I was, Uncle Albert. Albert von Richten." She just kind of stares at him. Okay, maybe? And she just kind of shrugs.
All you need to know is this man has committed many atrocities.
But I only committed them because I thought it was right, and I still contend that it was.
So he acknowledges Reed saying that.
Yes. I mean, it's not like he doesn't see you at all. He knows you're there.
No, I just wanted to make sure he was like interacting with us.
Do you remember dying?
I don't remember anything outside this vault.
Okay, so it's not actually like him.
That's probably for the best.
Actually, that's a point. So you don't remember any of us?
Not really. Vague wisps of familiarity, perhaps, but
That is probably for the better.
you need
What is it?
to be guided and tempered. I can do this. I can help with this.
I think she already has someone. What is being done with Klaus?
The one that I took,
Yes, the one with the eyes.
he is being guided as well. You need not fear for him or his safety. He'll not be harmed. In fact, I'd say if anything, he's being enlightened.
That's what worries me.
Hmm.
What happens if you try to leave?
I don't think I can leave.
Can he?
Well, I don't think he's bound to this place like I am.
Alakula, I have a
In fact-
feeling he's bound to something else.
I have plans that he won't stay down here.
Maybe we should just burn the place down.
Not an option.
Are you suggesting we burn the capital?
I
No, just
also
Redeemer's
I
Room.
don't think, Reed. I don't think you understand that. Fire's probably not going to do anything to this place.
It is made of stone, mostly.
You might burn the paper, but you're not going to remove the magic.
Anyway, Adelaide, as I said, that's the guy that we threw off the cliff. And, as my short companion over there said, to some he's committed some atrocities. There's definitely a sense of genius to what he was trying to do, if unfortunately...
Go. I'll not harm you. We're family, after all. Merely
Yeah, she
know...
just harmed the thousands of innocents.
Reed, maybe you should step outside with Aruna, since you seem to.
Perhaps that would be wise.
sacrifices that had to be made.
I think we've made it clear that doing anything to this version of the Redeemer is pretty futile. So if you're going to argue with him, I feel like he's got more time left than you do to do that.
All the time in the world. All the time that the magic exists within the vault.
Doesn't mean we have to listen to his words.
That's why I was suggesting you step outside.
I'll not harm you, niece. I merely wish you to know. I am here. And I would be more than happy to advise you, guide you on a path, and teach you.
That was my intent, not to get you to listen to this thing, but to let you know it is here as an option.
I imagine you got many that wish to speak into your ears and whisper.
Can I get a read off her face and see if she's giving him any kind of mind?
Sure.
Is that an insight check?
Yep.
I had my character sheet. Where the fuck did it go? Oh. 20.
She is completely stone-faced. You cannot get any read off of her.
Anyway, this was the extent of my intent. If you want to continue, that is your decision. But I just wanted to show you that this exists.
And it, dear girl, is the extent of my intent. All I need you to know is that should you need an advisor who is willing to accept sacrifices and understands that sometimes hard decisions have to be made, I will be here. I will always be here. We are a family after all, right? And he sort of, takes a step back. He takes his wide brim hat and he tips it to Reed and it just disappears. And you're left in the silence of the vault.
It's
Oh.
very easy to be objectively impartial when you don't formally exist.
Oh, well, my intent here was to see if maybe there was something that Her Highness could open and would maybe shed more light upon the situation.
She says, this is my vault. I can open anything.
That was the hope and assumption on my part.
Although I would rather not raid its coffers entirely.
That's not what I meant. But more information than riches is what I was looking for.
Alright.
Wait a minute. If you're referring to the other level, that is not a good idea. I do not
No,
think.
I meant the library room and stuff like that. Because we didn't open those because we said we didn't want to fuck with them.
The only one that's been raided is this one. And that's gone with Klaus, unfortunately. But obviously the ones, well, she's pretty insistent that, she comes up here. You can walk past the dragon skulls with no issue at all. She's pretty insistent as she motions to that one, this one right here, and says, that is one of our beloved ancestors, and I would rather not have it raided.
Our intention here was not to raid anything, just educate.
And this one, I don't think I would risk it if I were you.
What is it?
It is a pool that can bring your greatest desires and your greatest fears to life, apparently. I myself have never used it. My father said one time he went into the room and he chickened out. There's something about it that he says that he felt like something was watching him and hoping that he would just get close enough to the pool to fall in or step in.
Is there any other information on this pool?
Not that I know of. As I said, I can't think of an ancestor that was willing to actually use it.
Mr. Albert, if you're around, might you shed some light?
He is gone now at this point. He said what he needed to
Okay.
say, and
I figured.
he
It was worth a
extended his
shot.
offer to his niece, and that's all he wants.
Full disclosure, we're not referring to him as Mr. Albert. That's not happening.
Would you prefer Daddy?
I would prefer Shade.
But she can open this one, but this one comes at your own risk pretty significantly. This one, she doesn't want raided. This is a previous emperor.
Can we open this one to start?
This one, however, she says, of course. I believe that this is mostly old histories, the oldest, in fact, that there are. And she doesn't have to pull out a key or anything. It's almost as if it recognized her, and the doors just open immediately.
What do you know what the pool is called?
It is called the Red Iris.
I'm going to peruse through the books, and I'm gonna keep an eye out for anything on the Red Iris.
All right.
So I tell her I would be willing to make the sacrifice if I just knew a little bit more about what it is.
All right. There is this vault down here. And this vault down here, she is also okay with you opening. They contain magic items.
Okay. I mean,
But I guess
If-
you're starting in here. Go ahead and roll investigation checks.
okie dokie. Did my character get updated?
You did that last time
No,
from
it did
afar,
not.
and I sucked at it.
Do I click the D&D Beyond link?
Yes,
Hey!
theoretically.
Start.
The 19.
Okay, well. More than one shield equipped? What? What?
The ultimate, a shield monster.
Okay, well my AC is hella wrong.
Don't.
How do you? Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you update it?
You
You go to like features and traits.
you can go and hit the D&D Beyond button.
Mm-hmm.
Hit update. Or start import whenever on your character sheet.
Got it. There you go.
Okay. And he said an investigation. Oof.
Reed is so investigative.
I asked Reed to please keep an eye out for anything on that Red Iris.
Are you looking for anything in particular, Reed? Or just seeing what's most interesting?
Well, for this, I'm mostly investigating the maps on the table.
The map on the
So we
table.
can put where they're from and
The map on the table is actually as you approach, the Emperor said, "Be careful, don't touch it. At this point, it's probably so brittle it would fall apart." But as you look over it, you can see that this map shows essentially. It is even before the founding of the Kingdom of Eisenfeld. It's basically highlights all the disparate clans that existed back on the northern coast before they were all united to be underneath the first king. But more importantly, it shows an extensive mapping of the lands of Black Everfrost, recorded from the memory of that first invasion.
I looked to Reed.
need someone to copy this down.
If you can find me information on that Red Iris, I will make a detailed copy of this map.
It shows
Well,
it shows both its sort of topography, its main centers of population, which mostly are along the coast that are abut against Stalreich is right now. And you also see the site of battles and casualties lost, and realize that there's likely extensive. There's a good chance there are extensive notes on these battles here within, and how, in particular, this first king fought the armies of Black Everfrost.
all right. In that case, would I be able to check the bookshelves? I'll look for two things. I'll be nice, and I'll look for information on the Red Iris, like Alakul is asking. But I'm also looking for anything about perhaps the history or culture of the Everfrost people.
All right. Go ahead and give me an investigation check with advantage.
Colin, do I need to make
Nope,
a
that's
roll?
an 8.
A cartographer's tools roll.
Okay.
Dexterity. You find the more prominent of the two, which are sort of the battles, essentially.
With proficiency, that would be a 17.
You get a pretty good map, actually. It's a little bit... It's not completely 100% perfect, which is pretty hard to do, considering you're pretty quickly jotting down. You can't really touch the paper because, like I said, it's very brittle.
Yeah.
But you get a pretty good map.
Right on.
But, Reed, you don't find anything on the Red Iris, but you do find the stuff about the culture and the battles of the Kingdom of Black Everfrost and the tactics used in those battles. These are all written in Old Common, so you do kind of understand it, but it will take some time to peruse through.
Transcribe it.
Yes. It is in an old, cracked, leather-bound tome. Looking at it, it feels like it's as big as you are, although it's not realistically. But it is dense. But it's good information to have. Did you find what you were looking for, Master Halfling?
Perhaps. One of the issues is we still don't know the identities of those we're fighting against. We know monikers, we know legends, but we don't actually know them.
Well, if there is a place to find it, it is in that. Like I said, because that book is on the cultures and everything that was found out during that first Everfrost campaign, where he actually invaded it. Back in the good old days. That was what? I think 733 years before or so. I don't have my Stahlreich document open, so I couldn't tell you the exact date. Let's see.
Sorry, I had to go get up to
Hedwig von Richten would have invaded the lands of Black Everfrost 702 years before.
Of course, before I go, I'm going to bow respectfully and ask her if I can bring this tome with me. I doubt we have the time to transcribe all the information.
Yes, but it is very valuable. I must ask you to protect it.
Oh, that's not good.
I imagine this book would be worth a small fortune.
I would never plan on doing anything like that. I'll do everything in my power to make sure to bring it back to you. Unless there is someone here that can speak Old Common that can...
I mean, your best bet is somebody more magically inclined, like Aruna.
There, she says, there is, Gen.
Again, he
My
should be
advisor.
outside still, shouldn't he?
Yes.
We're pretty familiar with Gen.
He can speak Old Common, and he is boring and dusty, just like these tomes. So, I imagine they'll go well together.
Once I get my map done, I go get Gan and see if he can help.
Do I get any vibes as I get closer to this red iris pool?
Just right there? No.
Why'd you have to say that?
I mean, you're
I'm very
outside
tempted
the
by
gate.
the pool.
Will warn, perhaps her father did not chicken out, but grew wise.
Hold that thought. Let me check. Let me check something relevant to that statement.
Ito's not very wise.
Ito, wisdom 8.
Alakul is very wise, yet he would do it.
No, I'm not going to do anything.
bitch.
No,
After-
Goes in there and just pushes him.
After getting Gin, I ask him about it.
Where's Gen at
Gen's,
the moment?
Gen remained, decided to remain outside.
Oh shit, Gen's with me, the guy that killed Klaus. Great. I want to talk to Gen.
You can
whenever I get
see
the chance.
something about the vault itself makes him a little bit uncomfortable. But he decided to remain out, like, he's not up in the main area of the Steel Mint, because the vaults, like I said, the first time you went down to the vault you saw that they had, like, exterior doors and areas that you went in, so he's outside, like, the actual exterior door of the vault, but he is close by.
Did I say I'm right outside, or did I leave?
I don't know, did you leave?
I think I just said right outside.
Yeah, you were waiting upstairs.
Then you
So,
were
okay.
also then Gen will also just be right outside, that's fine.
Okay. I would like to have a chit chat with Gen before Alakul snatches him up, if that's okay.
Sure, you
Quick
would have had time
chit-chat.
to sit and talk with him while they were investigating the vaults.
Okay. First off, again, so there's no hard feelings between us. Where do we stand with the Klaus killing situation and you and me?
Put it right out there.
I mean, he already knows. We told him like as
You
soon
can
as we
see,
got up.
you can see, even mentioning the fact that Klaus was killed sort of causes him to flinch slightly, but he says, I warned him. I warned him about the eye. I told him that it was rotting away at him.
Well,
I'm back.
if it makes you feel any better, I think the moment he took up the first one, he was already starting to go. He didn't actively seek out help or anything like that.
I told him to be careful. But sometimes, I guess, you can't resist that allure. He made his choice.
Entirely fair. On the note of Klaus.
Besides, we hadn't done butt stuff yet.
That's true. There's shuttle docking.
He's not happy about it,
shut-
though.
I would figure I'm not happy about
playing
it.
There's just a shadow over his face. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to go into the vault.
Alright, again. On the subject of Klaus, this would take a lot of work, and I'm not even sure it's feasible from your position, or if we'd have to get the Emperor on board. What would it take to spring Klaus's father and brother from prison?
Well, I'd have to do more research as to their charges, but realistically, if you've got the Emperor on your side, all it would take is a word from her.
Well,
That being said, I wouldn't want her to start off guiding her wrong when she actually might start listening to me.
yeah, that would be something we'd have to warm her up to. But if the rest of my party wants to go along with this idea of working with the Redeemer and Klaus to some degree, maybe it might be better to have leverage in our direction, and I don't mean necessarily in a nefarious way, just to have...
I don't think
The brother-
working with him would be particularly wise, though, do you?
No, if I had my way, we would annihilate all the magics in the vault and make sure he stayed dead, but,
I don't think even
that-
I could do that.
well, just saying, he might be more inclined to listen if we do him a favor and kind of complete his goal for him, release his father and his son if he's still in there.
A fitting epitaph.
And besides, I don't know if you know the business going on with the monk fellow. Well, you do. You caught him.
Yes. As I said, I'm technically the Grand Master of a monastery before.
Well,
Founded my own order. We breathe dragon breath, bitch!
that's true. We would do well, possibly get the monks more in on our side. And while they're not exactly the best people, maybe the Bloodstone Brotherhood could be useful and beneficial if we did release prominent figures in there and got them on our side.
At the very least, it couldn't hurt. I believe the Bloodstone Brotherhood actually had a history of working with the Crown previously.
Well, be even better that way. Okay, cool. I give Gen a hug, and I tell him I'm
Oh,
sorry, and then I'll go back into the vault.
Alright. He seems appreciative of the hug. As he's sort of stunned for a second, but pats you on the back, and I wish things could have been different. Gracie,
Yeah.
go on. I
Well,
don't suppose the other knows, the vampire.
That's an issue that I'll have to resolve with maybe not me around, or with someone that will prevent him from draining me.
Did Tommy just get really quiet?
A little.
I was eating, so I pulled my mic away.
Oh. But he says,
Sorry.
that... I suppose I have my own things to worry about.
Yep.
But he nods his head, and you're able to go back into the vault.
Oh, yeah.
Do you actually
I
want to
run
go
into
back?
Alec, cool.
Do you actually want to go into the vault?
I've had my little temper tantrum moment, so I'll go back in.
All right, let us pull.
but I'm going out to get Gen.
You can see, as soon as you pass by Aruna, you can see Gen through the doorway, crestfallen, a shadow over his face. But he still looks at you, sort of steadying his posture. He's still a damn ancient silver dragon.
Gen, I need a favor.
Another one?
Well, look, it's important.
Damn.
There's a
We
joke
need-
to his voice, clearly, though.
No, I know. Well, a lot of this information that Reed is perusing is in Old Common, and none of us know how to read it.
There are a few that do anymore.
And in addition, do you know anything about this red iris pool?
He roll an insight check.
I am good at those.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
good at those.
You do have an 8.
You do have an 8. You do have an 8.
Uh,
I don't think. Well, obviously, I mean, you could take the 8 over the 2, but I don't know if everyone would appreciate you taking the 8 for an insight check. But then again, it might make all the difference.
well, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do it anyway, just without telling him that. But I just.
Let me see.
Well, I
Let me
tell
see
him,
what his
like,
deception
look.
is. Okay. He sits. His sits sort of stony face as I will translate the book. Do
Would you
not
stop me if I
go
went?
into the red iris.
Would you stop me if I tried?
I would,
Why?
because I've seen what it can do.
Would you tell me then?
Didn't Adelaide already say what it does?
She did not.
She said she didn't
She
give
said it's bad juju.
same
You said it
specifics.
goes with your greatest fears and desires at the same time.
I merely want to know whether this avenue is worth my sacrifice to better our position in this fight. I've been willing to give my life for this whole time. This is no different to me.
Magden drank from that pool.
Drank from it?
Drank from it, yes.
Was it always red?
Always was. And of course, we
What-
always knew the sacrifice that would have to be made. But he drank from it when... He drank from it during a time that the kingdom was on its last legs. And you saw the success and the fall that it brought him. At least I know you've heard of it. Everyone knows the legend of Magden von Richten. But I saw it.
What did it actually do to him, though?
It didn't change him at all. At least not that I could tell. He was still Magden, but he had a drive. He drank that. He drank that as the forces of the army of Beaz Kumlahar was marching into Weissenburg before he was forced to flee and fight a guerrilla war over the next 2 years. I don't know what he saw or what happened to him exactly. But as I said, he rose to the greatest heights, and he fell at the same time. He was killed, and I have no doubt that it was because of this.
So don't drink the Kool-Aid.
It sounds to me that this might be a necessary evil. Just maybe not right now.
For the timeline, in the year 386, Beaz Kumlahar and the Jinma dynasty jointly sieged Weissenburg, and Magden von Richten was forced to flee. He's saying that when this happened, that was when he took a drink of the thing. Then he waged a guerrilla war until he was cornered at an outpost on the Beaz Strait. Then, after that, he was sort of cornered. He received the second he received another vision, and seemed to wield the crown of thorns, and the rusted sword, and which, whenever he entreated the gods, it made the rusty sword a holy defender, and he fought back the armies of Beaz Kumlahar and Jinma dynasty back across the Strait of Beaz, turning it red with blood, which is why it's called the Red Strait now. However, he was killed. He died in that battle. And he passed the Crown of Thorns and the Holy Avenger on to his son, Magnus von Richten.
Well,
and Gen was there. He cradled him like a child as he died and heard the prophecy of Magden's fall, which you already know that stuff, though. And technically, Magden von Richter was the first Holy Emperor because Magnus posthumously made him the first Holy Emperor.
well,
So he had the crown of thorns. He had a rusted sword.
He had a rusted sword.
like what she's wielding.
So basically, much like in any royalty, there are trappings, royal jewels. For the kingdom of, or for Stahlreich, it is a crown of iron thorns, which was made from the nails of the crucified Jinma dynasty people whenever they were pulled from. Yeah, the point is that was made out of those nails, and the rusted sword that became a holy defender at the Battle of Magden's Fall. Those are the trappings of the Holy Emperors. But they don't wear them every day, obviously. You're not going to see Adelaide just walking around with them.
Cool.
They're extremely magical, probably.
Did I hear any of this bullshit as we were coming in?
No.
Okay.
I'm
gonna buy this red pool though, let me tell you.
I tell Gen to just, I won't drink it for now, but I need to go see another friend of Klaus's, because I don't imagine anyone's told him. And I'm going to leave and go to Pride and Blood.
So
Thanks for taking the heat off.
the price of using that pool may very well be an assured death. Everybody's death is assured, I suppose, but perhaps sooner rather than later. That being said, Magden did it. He's famous. He was a cool guy. People liked him.
Yeah.
Alright.
Famous people do stupid things all the time.
Nah, I'm not. I was gonna say, how do I come up with this stuff? Like, what goes on in my head?
The better question is, why do you waste this stuff on us?
Depression and beer.
Alright, but you found that out. What are you, Reed, as I said, beyond that, you don't see anything in particular on the Red Iris. It seems like you found the most important things: the map, the history of battles, and the culture.
Perfect.
That was the most important stuff to find. Let's say, if you want to, you can still raid one of these two vaults. The baby's here! Let me go see this baby. Real fast, I'll be right back. Alright, the baby has been significantly taken care of. He's there. He's watching Morphle. I kind of lost track of where we were. Who's doing what? The Emperor, you found the information in here. Reed is down there. I guess, what, are you gonna go get the magic items? Probably a wise choice. They're free magic items.
Give me the wizard ones, okay?
I mean, I don't know what's in here. I don't know what's magical.
That's the joy. I don't know what's in there either. We get to roll for it.
Alright.
Let's go.
I've got a big ol' list of magic items to choose from. That gets rolled randomly, and everybody gets one.
Alright.
Ooh,
Let's
shit.
fine then. I guess we'll take a look.
Everyone gets one.
Everybody gets one.
I'm going too. I want a magic item.
Because, like I said, this whole room is magical items.
Fuck
Well,
yeah, let's go.
I will go do that, and then I will leave.
Of course. Of course.
Why not?
It's like, magical items, you say? I can't say no
Why
to
not?
that.
The DM's throwing free stuff at us.
Let me bring up my magical item list, which might take me a sec. Magical item depository.
Colin, is this your magical item list?
It is a mixture of mine.
Magical item list.
It is a mixture of a magical item list. It's got official ones, mine, and other homebrew ones that I thought were pretty good.
Are we gonna come across the tea kettle that makes you immortal for exactly 30 seconds?
God, Jesus.
Or something? I can't remember. You said you drunkenly sent me like an immortality bestowing tea kettle, but you have to die in like the next minute of drinking from it.
I will let you choose what you want to get from. It can be a weapon, it can be armor, or it can be a wondrous item. Well, let me go. Weapon, armor, rings, rods, staffs, and wands. Wondrous items.
Oh.
And we will let fate decide, because it could be absolute shit, or it could be good.
I want a magic staff that makes me better.
You can roll on a one.
Staff of maleness.
It would be a D20 if you're rolling for staff.
Can you like type that in the chat so I can sit here and decide my fate on items?
Okay, I will do it in the chat. Is weapon, armor.
I already know what I want.
It would help if I could fucking spell weapon right. That'd be a good idea.
Oh. Weapon and armor sound really nice,
Weapon,
but also I could get
armor.
something that's completely useless for a wizard.
Let's see.
I mean, the real answer here is we all pick the same thing, and then we trade.
It's hard for Reed because monks don't really need magical items that great. I mean,
yeah, I've already got a decent weapon. I can't really wear armor because it ruins my AC.
Same for both actually. So I can do a wondrous
I'm not
item.
really gonna use staffs.
not true. You can do rings.
So yeah, I guess I'll roll for a ring.
Oh,
Like the only
boy.
armor that would really benefit me is those bracers that give you a +1.
It's possible you could roll those. They are a wondrous item. Of course, I don't think it's very likely, but you could.
God.
If you want
yes,
to
I'll
roll
just
a
pray
ring.
RNGesus.
RNG
So yeah,
is a
we'll just try a ring.
Roll a D24.
God.
13. Lucky
I'm
number
unlucky.
13.
Alright, let's see. Wow. It's a pretty good one for you, actually, surprisingly.
Ha
The Force Shield Ring. Once attuned, this ring can be activated or deactivated as a free action on the turn. When activated, it projects a field of force that may be wielded as a shield, granting a +2 armor class. The Force Shield is weightless and never creates an encumbrance penalty. The user's hand remains free for purposes of spellcasting, interacting with objects, and attacking. It lets you have a shield.
Through this force shield?
I mean, theoretically, yeah.
Does moving my hand actually like move the shield?
It doesn't. For the purpose of, it can be whatever you want to be, but it gives you +2 armor class. It gives you a +2 armor class, basically as if you had a shield, but you don't actually have a shield.
Hell yeah!
All right.
And can I just add that into my inventory?
I will have to add that into D&D Beyond, because that is a... Well, I don't know. Maybe that's a official item. I don't know.
What was it called?
Ring of Force Shield.
That's
no,
pretty good.
there's a ring of
Alright.
force resistance.
No. So I'll have to add it in.
Pretty good.
Just remember it.
Oh my god, I don't have a weapon that's useful.
You can roll for one, potentially.
Oh, now I'm thinking.
But it's time for me to give you some new magical items, because it's been a while, and you're technically a little bit behind on magical items for a high magic world. And I do like high magic worlds.
Jesus Christ.
Well, be right back.
I'm gonna do a wondrous item, Colin.
Alright. Let's see. If you were doing a wondrous item... Oh boy. Roll a... Roll a D200.
Yeah. That's a lot of items. Oh wait, I got a bow. I actually do have a weapon. Oh baby.
61. Right. Wow. Well, it's not the greatest one. It would help if I was clicking on... Crown of the Mind Master... Or what did you roll? A 68?
61.
A 61. Wow, that's not the right thing. Oh no, that is the right thing. I'm dumb. Crown of the Mind Master Matriarch. This golden crown is inset. Oh. Actually, that can't be that. Roll again. That requires attunement by a wizard, and I don't think...
Damn it!
I don't think
Can't be a wizard.
Can't be a wizard, so...
God damn it.
Nick was like, damn, I almost took another class.
Give me another roll.
39.
Ooh. That's cool.
Alright.
Who's next?
The Knave's Eye Patch.
Hell yeah.
While wearing this, you have advantage on wisdom, perception checks that rely on sight, If you have sunlight sensitivity trait, you are unaffected by that trait. You are immune to magic that allows creatures to read your thoughts or determine whether you are lying. Creatures can communicate with you telepathically only if you allow it.
Neat.
Alright.
I like that.
As you pick it up, there is a clang on the ground as a battered brass ring falls at your feet.
At my feet,
Mm-hmm.
Nani?
I pick up the ring and look at it.
It is a Ring of the Grammarian.
You're a saint, Colin.
God damn.
You're a fucking saint, Colin.
Alright.
I put that shit on right now.
Alright, time for some child touch.
Oh no.
Damn it. I wanted to fight. I'll fight him for the ring. I'll disintegrate Cool for it.
Keep in
Do
the,
it.
and also keep track of your magic items, because I'll probably have to ask you what they all were, because I'm forgetting them from one to next.
I'm gonna add it to my notes on my actual character. So,
The Knave's Eye Patch.
Oh no. Why does Nick get two?
Because it's one of them's the Ring of the Grammarian, and I know he loves the Ring of the Grammarian.
It's a really good. It's a great item.
I mean, it's an interesting item. Or a Knave's Eye Patch, yeah. But it is an interesting item. It's not a particularly powerful item.
I'll take a wondrous item because that sounds like fun chances, Colin.
Roll a 1d200.
oh shit! I can use summon beast to summon feast.
Summon yeast. Give him a yeast.
You can change wish to fish.
A 9th level fish should summon a fucking whale.
Just summons a megalodon. Alright, what did you roll, Tommy?
I only got a 74, man. Got 74, dude.
Oh, alright. Well, I'll be right back. Ziggy's upset about something.
I wanted a 69.
I just need to know, is 92, would that have been the bracer?
92.
Yes or no, that's it.
No.
You could become the greatest thief.
It would
of
have
all.
been a
Remove
92 is the Festerwood Vizard, a dark wooden mask with strange insect-like and magically conforms to fit the face. While wearing the mask, you gain blind sight to 10 feet. In addition, you can summon a swarm of insects that fly out of the mask's mouth and obey verbal components as an action.
I'll stick with the ring.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Okay, what did you roll, Tommy?
74.
Alright.
74. 74. Yeah.
That
It's
is...
not 69. It's disappointing.
Okay.
Let's go useless. God, I hope it's bad. I don't like that face call.
Maybe you want to roll again? I don't know, you don't have a mount, so it's not good.
Oh.
You don't have a mount, so it wouldn't do anything for you.
Alright. That's fine.
Horseshoes of the Zephyr.
I'll put them on my own feet. 54.
54.
I'll put the horseshoes on Ito and make him ride around.
Alright. Robe of Summer. An
Okay.
elegant garment made from fine hues of red, orange, and gold. While you wear the robe, you have resistance to cold damage. In addition, you are comfortable as if the temperature were that of a balmy day, and you suffer no ill effects from temperature extremes.
Well, I guess it's time to go back to the Feywild. It is fancy.
It is fancy.
It is fancy.
It's not particularly interesting, but, you know, the dice giveth
Well-
and the dice taketh away.
Also, the Raiders of Black Everfrost do cold
Let's see what
damage.
you would have rolled on the rods, staffs, and wands. It is gonna give me a D50.
Oh, wow. A 50.
That's
What?
because he just types roll
Rod
50.
of wish.
Yeah, weird, huh? No, I'm kidding. I didn't actually. I tried to cheat you, Colin. There you go. 48. That's still pretty high.
Almost.
That would have been a wand of the War Mage +3.
Damn.
Damn.
What's that do?
+3 bonus to spell attack rolls.
Yeah.
And you ignore half cover when making spell attacks.
That's tragic, honestly.
Aruna will lightning bolt the sun.
Boy, you traded a good one. Got a good one.
For a robe that keeps you warm.
For a robe that keeps you warm.
Hey, I can sell the robe
That's true.
to get the spell components for something else.
Alright, who's next on their quest for magical loot?
I would like to roll for
rods
everything
and staffs.
that's not a weapon.
Everything that's not a fucking weapon?
Yep.
Fucking pick one, Connor. Are you gonna roll on the rods, staffs, and wands?
I
Do
would,
it.
in fact, roll on the rod, staffs, and wands as well.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
I'll trade you the fancy robe.
200, so there's a D200 plus a D50, 250 plus 26, 276 plus 23, plus 276 plus 26, that's 300 and what, 2?
302.
Plus 18. No, 17.
319.
Roll on a D319, you sack of turd.
I got a warm coat.
131.
Well, that's not those 19. That is. So it's in the rod, staffs, and wands.
Yes. Thanks,
course it
thanks, Connor, for giving me a wizard thing.
Well, possibly. Let me
be
do the
so
math.
funny.
Let me do the freaking math here. I'm gonna pause it and do the damn math.
Who knows? Maybe it's a monk staff.
So that is 23, 4, 5,
I
6,
should have just picked a
Monk staff is you gain 1 extra key point.
39,
Have fun.
40, 41, 42, 43. That's 43.
I should have just picked a ring. I'm sorry, Colin.
3 up to 63, 64, 65, 66, 67. That's 7. It's 96. 97, 98, 9, 100. 2.
What a time to be alive.
What did you roll?
131.
Oh, it just got you out of the rods and staffs.
Damn.
So it's 20 down. Hey, have fun with your fucking chime of hold on.
Chime of opening.
Have
Oh,
fun.
no.
Have fun with your chime of opening, since you wanted to roll that high. A hollow metal tube that measures 1 foot long and weighs 1 pound. You can strike it as an action, pointing it at an object within 120 feet of you that can be opened, such as a door, lid, or lock. The chime issues a clear tone, and one lock or latch on the object opens unless the sound can't reach the object. If no lock or latches remain, the object opens.
I'm gonna use
Bullshit.
that to open the gate to the Red Iris pool.
Yeah, let's go.
God damn it.
I mean, you already have the ability to open that anyways. The Emperor will
No,
do it
I
to
just-
you.
But I don't want to like draw attention to it. I just want to strike it and see if it'll actually open that.
Alright.
I do have a nice robe now, though.
Gotta do a stealth or a deceit
Yeah,
check
you
or
want me to do a
whatever.
deception check or something? As I'm trying not to draw attention to myself.
You can, but you do realize it opens a fucking chime that opens it. It is literally a sound.
That's fair. All right, never mind. I won't.
And also it opens one lock on it. There is more than one lock on these.
No, that's fair.
They're not just physical, they're also magical locks.
Sounds like quitter talk.
But you can try.
No, I'll come back later.
Who's next on
That time, put in 110%.
Who's next on the magic item
everyone-
train?
I think everyone's rolled.
Alright.
Everyone that's here.
Well,
Let's see,
unfortunately, Max also needs magic items, so go ahead and roll for Venta True Cloud.
I'm gonna roll a weapon because that was kind of what I wanted.
Because I kind of gotta give you stuff to catch you up as well.
What's the weapon table die?
That
Colin?
is a D70 plus a D50. There's a D100 and what's 70 plus 50? 120.
Yeah.
Can't you just do a 120?
A D120, yes.
Yeah, you can just type and roll.
Hey,
1d120.
Nick, I
roll
bet you're jealous. I got a
D120.
coat that keeps me warm.
85, Colin.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, my coat keeps me warm and gives me cold resistance. I bet you're jealous.
No.
Yeah. Better than bringing a shit.
I can cast meat metal again, though.
God damn it. I wanna. Can we get an artificer to copy it and get me one too, so we can really ruin people's lives?
I think it would ruin our own lives.
It'd be fine.
You cast child touch on each other.
No! No! Child touch is banned.
You're a pedophile. Yeah, so are you.
All
I'm gonna
right.
cast child touch on you.
Did you have a weapon in mind that you were going to use?
Big ass sword. Unless it's not a big ass sword, in that
I
case
mean,
I will take anything.
It's not a big
As long as it's
sword.
two-handed, I'm good.
Let me.
Oh wow, Max gets one and he's not even there.
I need.
Lame.
Yes, but he needs. I gotta find a way to give him magical items because he is starting off with nothing. Let me look up something.
Diggy, what do you need?
It's a two-handed weapon. Oh, it's not. All right. You find a.
A gun.
Dalishka.
No, you don't get anything that crazy. Basically, it is a maul that is an old ship's anchor called Old Shipwrecker. While attuned to this weapon, you
like
have
it.
a +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls made with it, and you crit on a 19 or 20. Whenever you successfully make an opportunity attack against a creature of large size or smaller, they must make a DC 14 strength saving throw. On a failure, they fall prone.
Whoa.
It's an old anchor.
Only on attacks of opportunity?
Yes, only on attacks of opportunity.
I'm about to say, I'm a fighter. If I did it on every attack, oh my god, everything would be on the ground.
But you do get to crit on 19 or 20.
Nice.
And I'll,
Yes, I wield swords.
it was
I
a
wield
bows.
What
pick,
about you?
but
A
we'll make it
fucking
like a warhammer, so you can use it versatile two-hand.
I should have just rolled for a ring.
Well, you know what, Connor? You make stupid decisions, you get stupid things.
What was about to say? What was that phrase about stupid
Hindsight-
games and their prizes?
I rolled on everything but weapons.
Hindsight is
What did you
20/20.
get?
I got
got-
chime of opening.
A what?
He
I
got
a fucking chime that I can play, and it will open a thing.
It will open a lock on a thing.
It's basically just knock, but in an item format.
It's
One lock.
knock, but not as loud.
It's knock. He gets knock.
And,
Yeah.
and so he
And
has to
I
do
got
that,
a
like
coat.
once per lock on the item, right?
Oh, and not only that, it can only be used 10 times, and then it cracks and becomes useless.
But like, so if an item has like 3 locks, he needs to use it 3 times to unlock that.
Yes,
right?
it only unlocks one lock at a time.
Solid.
Well, you make you make fucking stupid decisions, you get stupid prizes. Could have rolled
Play
on
stupid
anything.
games, win stupid prizes.
I got a coat.
He did not do so great. Well,
Sorry.
maybe you can sell them and buy something, although the quality of what you're buying will be lesser because you got to choose from a rare or very rare item, and now you will be able to buy uncommon or rare items.
No, joke's on you, Colin. That cold resistance is gonna save me from dying from a raider later on in the
Possibly.
game.
They do cold damage. All right.
Exactly.
You've got your items.
I feel like cold resistance is pretty good.
Yeah.
Not only that, they also have an environmental effect that you have now negated as well.
Oh, by the way, so I understand my things. Well, one, it needs to be attuned, and you'll eventually add it into the list or whatever. Is there like is it like once every long rest kind of thing, or is it?
No, you have it.
Colin, do I need to be attuned to both of my things, or is it just going to be the?
The Ring of the Grammarian is not attunement.
Well,
Okay, the other one is.
Yes, I
I'm
believe
saying
so.
that +2 shield that activates. So wait, that's just
You can
permanent?
activate it as a free action, but once you activate it, it's there.
well. I'm just like, how many times can I activate it, or is it just I can activate it and deactivate it at will.
You can activate it and deactivate it at will.
I definitely know which
Jesus.
one of
Okay.
these I'm getting. Or getting rid of. I'm getting rid of the Flatulence Hood. I haven't used the effect from that in a long fucking time.
You want to know something really embarrassing, guys? I left my lantern attached to the ship down in the Underdark when we were doing the Kuotoa section, and I never got it back.
Oh, well.
The best ring of
damn.
Grammarian, though, is definitely Ray of Frost.
Yep, no.
You just cast Beard.
The only it's unlimited uses. You can activate it as a
Troll.
free action, so you might as well just say you've got +2 armor class.
There's also Lice Storm.
Well, sometimes you get good stuff, and sometimes you roll bad.
What about Gaylight?
I will take an accounting of those items at the end and add them in if they're not already added in. I believe the chime of opening you can add in yourself. That's an official magical item, I believe. You can tell because it sucks.
Nick, you could cast Arcane Lick.
I will let Alec Cool and Aruna fight over the Ring of the Grammarian. Only one. Alright.
Can only be one.
Makara!
There can only be one.
I mean, it'll probably bring Nick more joy, and I don't want to make him end it all over a ring.
If Alec Cool leaves the campaign, he has to hand over the Ring of the Grammarian.
If Alakul does leave the campaign, that's absolutely what he would do.
Alright, you've gotten your...
That is fair.
You've gotten your choice of... You've got to roll on the magic items that were stored within the vault. Some of them were good, some of them were not.
I mean, I basically got a pretty +2 to armor class now.
I mean, I wouldn't
That's
complain
very
about
good.
that.
I know. I'm surprised there's no like drawback to it. That's why I was like.
That's why it's
There,
called
you know,
magic, Lou.
That's why I was waiting for like. Is there like
That's okay.
It makes your,
Luke,
it makes your penis fall off. You happy?
Lou,
You can turn this shield on 3 times.
don't
That's
worry.
it.
No, Lou, Connor just got an uncommonly bad one.
Yep.
That's the way the cookie crumbles, and that's the way the dice rolls. You've gotten your items. That is all that there is to be had outside of if you want to try the Red Iris.
Maybe.
It has been said that will probably not be particularly wise. But you can. I'm not going to stop you.
I just want to get close enough to try to like Arcana check it or something like that.
Sure.
I don't know how close
Would you
I
like
have to be.
Would you like her to open the vault?
I mean, I think multiple people have shown interest, so I feel like I'm not the only one.
She says, well, I won't stop you, but I do believe... Well... I kind of actually like the style. All these fuddy-duddies always worrying about what's right and what's wrong, and oh, things are so scary as she opens the door. And she actually walks in herself.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
no.
How close does she get?
She
That
gets
just
to
that
there.
far?
Well, as soon
Okay.
as you do, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Great.
She crit hers, holy shit.
Nice.
Her name
Right.
is D130187.
Everybody who's making a saving throw near me gets a buff. I can't remember what it's like. Divine protection? No, Aura of protection.
A wisdom saving throw, you say? I just did a wisdom check accidentally. That's a shame.
So everybody adds my charisma modifier to their roll, which is +4.
So a 20 with +4.
In a surprise twist, Reed's gonna.
Wisdom saving throw, Colin?
Wisdom saving throw.
Get a natural 1.
Yes!
Shit.
Keck.
As soon as you enter, the whispers start. You're not sure if they echo off the wall, but they seem to ring in your ear. Arcane whispers, ancient whispers in a tongue that you don't understand. And you immediately feel a wash of fear just pass over you. Unnatural fear. The sort of cold fear that like a child experiences in the dark. Fear of the unknown. And it just completely overwhelms you. as you are now frightened. All except the Emperor. It was a you got a what, a 25?
Tommy, that was you. You're not talking.
I just got a 20 with aura bonus.
Nope. The only one who's actually draws forward is the Emperor, who sort of takes a step forward. As she got with your help, she got a 25. As she walks up to it and looks down into it. She says, it's actually quite beautiful in a way.
This pool is a bitch.
But I actually have to get up to it to make an Arcana check, though.
No, you can make it from here.
Okay, that's all I was concerned about.
I would call out to the Emperor and advise her that perhaps this is enough for today. This place isn't going anywhere.
I'd say he's at 24. It's a pretty good Arcana check.
Powerful conjuration magics. Beyond anything, powerful abjuration magics. You can almost see the waters don't just glow red, they glow many colors to your eyes as you try to insight into the magic. This thing is magical out the ass. Dangerously so, perhaps. As the Emperor kneels down to it and she says, well, you did say it was times of... She's like almost dazed at this point. Her eyes sort of glassy. You did say it was a time of need.
I cast Hold Person.
Okay. What is the saving throw?
It's my final spell slot.
Man,
Connor, maybe she likes it rough.
Yo, if a bitch got me casting Hold Person on her in bed, I'm getting out.
It's Wisdom.
Oh shit, that's not good.
It doesn't seem to have an effect on her.
I will pass.
She sort of leans close to it. You might have to actually use your words instead of your magic. I had an ancestor that was willing to drink from this, apparently.
You have an ancestor that died because he drank from it.
But if times are as dire... this whole time, she's completely, like, dazed as she's looking into it. Her hand just kind of hovers above it. But if times are as dire as they say they are...
Times are as dire, and you should keep a clear head.
Roll a persuasion check.
Your wherewithal will serve you better than any magic trinket. Oh, persuasion check?
Yes.
Oh no, I'm terrible.
As she sort of, her eyes dart over and she says, I am the Holy Emperor after all.
You know what? I'm gonna use our 8. So that's a 20.
Right. It seems like it's... her hands tremble, and her face actually looks a little annoyed after you say that, as she turns and says, I am the Holy Emperor after all. But it immediately softens. She sort of stands up and takes a step back. She moves away from the pool. As she has your persuasion, you needed that 8. As she steps back from it. As she steps out of the room, away from where she is being affected by the magics of the pool.
I will look at Aruna, and I will whisper to her quietly. I'll cast message to Aruna, saying, I don't think we should bottle it.
Don't think we should bottle it, Jesus Christ.
And you do see this this magic is wild, it's dangerous, it's ancient.
Okay, so I did pick up legend lore, and I don't have the materials for it, but with my Arcana check, would I just innately know if legend lore like useful in
I'm gonna
gaining
allow
insight?
it because legend lore so often does not get to be useful.
Okay, I don't have the materials at the moment, and I need a long rest. But...
I don't care. Use it.
It's like, we never use the spell, just fucking
Cast the spell, Tommy.
Okay.
I want it used because it's interesting. It's a good use of it.
Hey, one of my 2 spells I chose. Good for this level. How do I do this?
Let me control F. Legend.
Yeah, I haven't updated my in-game character sheet. I've been using D&D Beyond.
Name or describe a person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. The lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. Let's see. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. I feel like that doesn't apply here. The information you learn is accurate, but might be couched in figurative language. For example, if you have mysterious magic axe, the spell might yield information. Woe to the evildoer whose hand touches the axe, even if the half slice is blah blah blah, only a child. Okay. I gotcha.
Yeah, I'll do legend lore on that.
Alright. I will say you do lose 250 gold pieces.
Well, I'm broke again. Let's go.
It will take the... but... You
Don't
see
feel
it and it
as heavy as it-
swirls. It swirls and it... sort of... You can see looking into this reddish pool. You see... 2 eyes that stare out of it. Ancient. And tired. You know what? This feels like something Aruna would only know. So I'm gonna move to
See ya,
Aruna's room.
fuckers.
You look at...
What about the fucker standing right next to her?
No, because she's not saying it out loud. She's just learning it herself. If she wants to tell it to you, she can. But that's up to Aruna. Because she's not saying it out loud. She's just learning it in her head. Sorry, Connor. It's just...
I'm waiting for Tommy to say.
Do you want to tell him or not?
You think I'm gonna tell you, get the fuck out of here.
Alright. You see ancient eyes. Tired eyes. Brilliant gold and red and black. With a single slitted pupil that seems to constantly dilate and retract. And you can see... This pool is... This pool is basically the blood, all the blood that has been gathered of a fallen god. An evil god. A dark god. One who offers little and takes more. A god of great power that can aid you. But it comes at a hell of a cost, and always will. And a god that revels in taking that cost. You don't know which god. For a moment you think maybe Hasfidel, but the eyes themselves, they don't seem draconic, they almost seem devilish or demonic. And it watches you. Those tired eyes. And it wants you.
Okay.
It wants you to drink from it, because it wants to inflict harm on you in a way that you don't expect. Like I said, it can offer great power, but it will take a great cost. And that cost might not necessarily be your life. In the case of Magden von Richten's, it was. His life was taken before he could see the rise of his empire and the recovery of it. But it is bad. It is evil, but it is powerful. But your Aruna would, at this point, would be used to it. This is an ancient. This is an old god, Baba Yaga.
Just speaking.
And I don't know what you do about that.
We'll find out. I can't move closer to it though because I'm frightened.
You're
Right?
frightened right now. Yes.
Let's fair.
Alright. That is enough.
Yo.
Well, welcome back.
Alright. Camera back on. Okay.
I will kind of take Ito by the hand here, and we're gonna fucking leave the room. Please leave the room. He's here. Okay.
Alright.
Is it that scary?
You can see the Emperor Adelaide von Richten shuts the door and locks it as she shudders slightly. I think I need a drink. Do y'all drink?
Heavily
Yeah.
and often.
I would say that it, like the shade, is present and an option, but not necessary.
I don't think you have a choice. You're gonna have a drink. Oh, unless you have a problem with drinking with the Emperor.
Oh no, Haruna, the Empress, and Ito are gonna have a three-way.
Yeah, you can fuck right off with that.
Can only dream.
But she turns and she locks the door.
It's not real sex until the Bugman's involved.
It's true. It's not real sex until the Thrycreen lays an egg for you to jack off all
It's
over.
true.
Have you seen what a person can do with 4 hands?
That's a lot of couch skiing right there.
4 hands and 2 mandibles.
You think about love seat skiing, nah, that's couch skiing right there.
Have you clicking mouth parts coming in handy?
Yeah. You'll fucking circumcise your child and jack off the kid's dad.
Boy, I'm glad that's on the internet now.
Alright, you all fucking leave. Bye.
The FBI guy watching the Discord call is dying.
Alec will kill himself.
Alright, you leave. You leave.
I think this session is cursed.
You've got your magic items, you've got the basis of your information, you've got a lot of information to divest, and more importantly, at the very least, Aruna knows, don't go near that fucking pool.
Maybe.
As you
Maybe.
leave, Gen has already gone, taken the tome to study, essentially. It will take, even though he can read Old Common, it's still a huge tome he's going to have to look through over a day or two. Which is fine, because it's still falling into the wheelhouse of getting your airship's upgrades. Gracie, I will end your dog life!
Man. I can't wait for Alakul to break the news to this vampire that his boyfriend's dead.
Alright. Let's go.
Also, hey, can you turn me into a vampire?
Alright.
Hey, we killed your boyfriend, but can you turn me into a vampire anyway? Please.
Look, he killed himself.
Alright, I'm just gonna pull you all to... You know what, been a while
Nick,
since
I have a
we
question.
went to the cover.
Oh,
Can you cast light?
With the Ring of the Grammarian, he can cast Fight and
No.
beat your ass.
Because if he can cast light as a cantrip, that means he can cast 4th level spell Blight for free.
Well, no, he can't, because he can only change one word.
Can't add
He
a
can only
letter.
add one letter. He can change one letter, he can't add letters.
I thought you could add one letter.
He cannot
too.
add a letter, he can only change a letter in the thing. So he could cast Fight, or Night, or Might,
Could-
or Tight.
I could cast Pure Wounds though.
He casts Tight. He casts Tight on the Holy
You could
Emperor, and
cast
she says,
Cure
"Thanks, I needed
Hounds
that."
and become the world's greatest.
Oh my god,
veterinarian.
Z is mad farting. I'm gonna take her outside. What the fuck is
All right, all right. 5 minute break. I do have to pee.
It is
so-
true that pets become
I-
more like their owners.
All right,
Yo!
Max. I need you have 5 minutes to think of
Yo.
where your character has come from and why he is here. We can, instead of worrying about Max immediately, worry about what the group is doing. You exit the sort of black vault, the Emperor's vault, beneath the steelment, ride the elevator back up. The giant sees the Emperor and keeps his head low. And you pass through unperturbed. What are y'all planning to do?
Well, I have to go see about acquaintance.
Oh, man, I really want to come with Reed, but that's only if he'll let me.
What kind of acquaintance?
No one too important, just someone that I'm going to have to make a deal with. You'll probably be meeting him soon enough anyway. And Reed's going to bow to the Empress.
She doesn't even seem to notice you, honestly.
Well, that's probably because she's looking too far up. She needs to, divert her vision.
Yeah, actually, I
downward.
was gonna ask, aren't Asimar like particularly tall?
Not particularly. Maybe a little bit taller than average, but they're not like hulking giants that are 8 feet tall. They're not Goliaths.
Sure.
Anyway, I'll be heading back to a taste of pride.
Alright. A taste of pride and blood. An inn that you've come to know and love. Well, know, at least. It's a inn that Klaus very may have loved. You head into it, and you can see it's...
At one time.
Who all is going there, exactly?
Well, the Emperor said it's gonna take me and Ito for drinks.
The
Now,
Emperor-
is she gonna take us to a dive bar or to like a fancy
Oh
like?
god, no. Why would she take you to a dive bar? She's going to take you to the
Dive
palace
bar.
and drink really expensive stuff. Unless you convince her to go to a dive bar.
Dude, let her fucking pour Dom Perignon
I
down
told
your
you,
throat.
she's totally trying to set up that threesome.
I'll defer to Ito because he's the resident expert.
What
Rich folk.
what's her countenance look like? Is she angry? Is she?
She's quickly brushed off the meeting in the vault as if it was not a great deal.
Heads up.
Come,
Uh,
Lord. Shall we
I
discuss...
had asked you not to call me that.
And what would you have me call you? Old
If
man?
you'll recall, if you'll recall from earlier, you had decided to call me Avondale.
When she says fucking old man to Ito, I fucking visibly burst out laughing.
Oh, that's right. I just realized, like, Aruna and the Emperor are, like, the same age, right? Or Tommy isn't
I
that
guess
Aruna?
the elf years, I'm technically kind of her age, older than her.
Oh, yeah, sure. I know elves' age.
You're
my
her
God.
maturity.
Alright, Avonbor, we'll go up to my rooms and have something to drink.
Right.
You gotta loosen up some.
Oh.
It's a big town with lots to do.
Can we just sit there and make fun of Ito for the rest of the night?
She's happy to. She'll also probably bang him, but then also make fun of him after she's done.
I just put some coffee liqueur in my coffee, and that was a good idea.
Alright. But if... she is going to take you somewhere, as the three of you disappear. Who else is going elsewhere? Gen has gone back to the palace to study his stuff, so...
I guess I'll follow Reed.
For convenience
I
sake,
don't- Yeah.
you were going with Reed, Bruce?
Yep.
Who else is going with him? Just you two. Alright.
I'm going that direction too. Sorry, I forgot I was muted.
Scene. Pull Alec to scene. Alright. Pull you to the Taste of Pride and Blood scene. Alright. A Taste of Pride and Blood is fairly busy, actually. You can see there are quite a few people that are rushing to and fro. The clanking sound of sort of ceramic cutlery or ceramics and cutlery are all sort of banging together. The crackle of fire and the call of voices rising above the din. The occasional laugh of a drunk as he surreptitiously pees in the corner. That sort of thing. Reed, you step inside, but you do not see Siegfried. That being said, you don't really need to. He showed you how to get down to the lower levels. You pass by the various barmaids. There's a woman that has sort of long, curly blonde hair. You can see she bears the familiar pallor of the barmaids of this establishment, those who have had some of their blood sucked away by Siegfried. As she sort of mushes to and fro, you pass by a man that has like sandy blonde hair and blue eyes and a distinctive scar that runs down the side of his face as he bumps into you and says, "Hey, get out my fucking way!" As he bustles past you, as you make your way towards the sort of entrance that you know is sort of in this closet that leads down to the actual Thieves Guild, essentially, the Bloodstone Brotherhood. You say the password, and you descend. In the vault of the Bloodstone Brotherhood, the secret hideout, there is surprisingly a decent amount of activity. It looks like their numbers have grown. Klaus's return has reinvigorated Siegfried as he's worked doubly hard at rebuilding what it once used to be. There are all sorts of fellows moving to and fro. In fact, you see Siegfried is talking to a man who appears to be a fence of some kind. And as he steps away, you can actually see Lincoln is there talking with them as they're exchanging goods. They notice you, and Lincoln sort of reaches out and he takes a book that is very thick. Roll a perception check for me.
Any of us?
Yes, anyone that's there to see it.
I clicked away from the thing on accident.
17.
Ooh.
I got a 3.
Perception.
Oh, and I don't want to take over the scene, but I just realized, where's Zara?
That's up to you. I specifically made it so Zara could step away from the campaign since people were looking for her, so...
Gotcha. Okay, I was just wondering.
Originally she was going to leave the capital because there's so much heat there.
Okay.
But it's up to you.
Okay. Carry on. I'll think on that.
Who got a... What did you roll?
I got 26.
Wait,
why did it roll twice? I got a 31.
31. You can see... He passes over a couple of small baubles. It looks like a sort of rough... a very nice set of ink and a very nice quill, a pair of small gold buttons, and what appears to be a deck of battered tarot cards. As you realize, these are things. It looks like he stole a couple of minor items off people on the Skyweaver, and he is fencing it. But it looks like he's gotten a very large book out of it. It looks like he's taken the time to take items that probably people wouldn't notice is missing and has sold them. He's also wearing slightly nicer clothes than before.
I asked Lincoln, did those things fetch, did the things from the ship fetch any money?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
I've got better eyes than that.
Oh,
I don't mind.
These items I found lying around. Well, yes, they did. It even allowed me to buy a copy of Modern Alchemistry. As he opens up the tome, it's a brand new book. He says, and resupply my particular Poison kit. I've been operating for far too long, unable to do little more than make basically ink and water and piss. But now, with a replenished storage, I can actually do some work. And
That's good.
Lincoln, if you allow Lincoln, I mean, you could theoretically chide him, but if you allow Lincoln to do this, he, one, becomes a shop that sells poison. So he now is a shopkeeper on your boat that sells basic poison, drow poison, truth serum.
Is that poison for drows or by drows?
It is by drows. As well as poisoner kits, thieves tools, and antitoxin. On top of that, he also gains the ability to research certain poisons based on things that you bring him. Currently, those poisons are Rock's Bane. He needs 10 Rock's Feathers. It's convenient because you slayed a rock and you got a dozen Rock's Feathers. Purple Worm Poison, a flask of purple worm saliva. Dragon's Tongue, the blood of a dragon, strength depending on age, of course. Mind Melt, the fluid of an elder brain. Kraken Bite, tentacle from a kraken. Beholder's Gamble, the eye stalk of a beholder. AFC, the heart and gizzard of an abyssal chicken. Manticore Barb, the tail of a manticore. And Carrion Crawler Mucus, secretion glands from a carrion crawler. If you bring him those things, it will stock his store with those items.
Neat.
As you can see, you can double-click on Lincoln to see him, or on the Skyweaver, because I think everyone can navigate to the Skyweaver. I believe I've made it so anyone can look at it. If you double-click on Lincoln, he is a shopkeeper, and if you go to your journal section, you'll see a little notebook next to him that says Lincoln's Benefit. If you double-click on that, it will show what you need.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Cool.
Beaver wasn't here to see the Skyweaver.
Yes. The Skyweaver is indeed now a full map. It has your 2 hippogriffs, it has Grop, it's got NPCs. But he did pilfer a couple of minor items off from the residents of the Skyweaver to pay for all of it.
That's fine.
Good, since we see Lincoln here, I'll take the time to talk to him for a second.
He is a halfling much like you, standing at your stature. You're able to look him eye to the eye. He was wearing, actually, before he looked a little bit shabby, but now he's pretty well dressed. He has a wide-brimmed hat that covers most of his head, and he has basically a scarf that rises up to cover his mouth, so you only see basically his eyes. He has like boots that rise up to above his knees. Black leather breeches, a long black coat. He now looks the part of like an actual rogue or thief.
Alright, Lincoln. I'm going to need your assistance with something.
Well,
Very soon,
that is what I'm here for, friend.
Very soon we're going to be going into the back there. We're going to meet with a prisoner. This man will be coming back to the ship with us. And I'm going to need you to keep an eye on him.
Well,
You're definitely more used to these situations than I am.
So you're saying he's a sort of a seedy sort, yeah?
That he is.
Well, I
And
can
don't
keep an eye on that.
trust him. But he seems to have some information on the monasteries that
I tell you what, I'll keep 2 eyes on him. How's that sound?
Thank you.
But Lincoln is happy to do that,
Start to walk away.
especially overlooking the fact that he stole some stuff. But he nods his head and shakes the hand of the Fence and Siegfried. Pleasure doing business with you. I'm gonna be back on the airship. If you need anything, you know where to find me. I'll be in my quarters. But yeah,
I look to Siegfried, and now that your business is done, at least with him, I need to speak with you privately for a moment.
well, of course. If you can step to the side and speak to him, Reed, do you want to continue on and go see what's his the prisoner while he's doing that?
Yeah,
Alright.
Yeah.
You, step to the side and Siegfried says, "What can I do for you? You're looking for a fence or perhaps a good time or..."
No, I just news for you, I suppose.
Wait,
I know
don't
you
tell
and
me.
Klaus
My best friend Klaus, who is my lover, will tell me.
Hmm.
Oh no.
Yeah, about that.
Nah, don't be bitches. Make this a good scene.
Now, you know the business with his eyes, the eyes of Vecna, correct?
He sort of purses his lips and he says, "I'm too well aware, unfortunately. From what I have learned, that is the entirety of why the one of the reasons the Bloodstone Brotherhood has had such a hard time recovering."
Well, he's had the better taken of him by the eyes, for lack of a better way to put that. He's gone.
He sort of stares blankly at you. What do you mean, gone?
Well, dead and raised by the Redeemer.
What do you mean, gone? He just came back. I just got him back, and now you're going to tell me that he's gone?
Yep. He
Well, what happened?
was off in. I explained the situation. I mean, he's been corrupt. He was fully corrupted by the eyes, and
And you just let him take him?
no, we fought him. We fought both of them, but the Redeemer in that place cannot be killed. He just comes back.
He says, "Where?
and
Where did it happen?"
A royal vault.
Which?
The last one. The one at the bottom. The very bottom.
Well, then I will go get him back.
We can't find him. We tried.
There's
Well,
only soup.
maybe you didn't look hard enough, yeah.
I will go back with you. But,
No,
currently I don't.
I think that you've already done enough.
Are you okay?
Damn.
He's going to rush away.
Okay.
He was not.
did-
He was clearly not happy.
No, I know. Was there still like one of those guys he was talking with around here?
We'll go to Reed. Reed, you pass by the flurry of activity. You go to where the man was. He was essentially almost like held in. It seemed almost like a storage closet. It wasn't like an actual jail cell. But you can see, standing in front of the jail cell, there is a man there. He's got sandy blonde hair and blue eyes. He's got a scar that runs down the left side of his face as he looks down at you. His furrowed brows. He says, "What?"
Enjoyed your night here?
"I've been standing here for the past 6 hours. Would you call that enjoyable?"
Now this isn't the monk. This is just like a guard.
Nope, it's just a guard. Let's see. Notice it.
Okay.
Does he fucking notice it?
The scar and the wait. Yeah, I know you're giving me a big hint or whatever. I'm trying to.
Do you?
Anyway, because unfortunately I just can't for the life of me remember. There was a monk you guys were holding here.
Yeah, little
like
shithead wouldn't
singing.
shut the hell up. He was singing all damn night the other day. At least it felt like all night. Jesus Christ. Finally shut up a couple hours ago.
Can you bring him to me?
Yeah, I guess. He takes a key and he unlocks the door, he opens it. And you can see he pauses, he looks into the room. There is a small like, table. Yeah. Yep. There's a small table that looks like it's capable of being shackled to manacles. But he says, you can see he steps in and looks around and there's nobody in there. He says, wait, what the fuck? As he, like, goes to the table and lifts it up. He's gone!
Just real quick, can you give me a refresher of his description?
The actual monk's himself's description? Very nondescript, brown hair, brown eyes. Very, it was nondescript. He basically made himself as nondescript as possible.
And what about when he was a cat?
When he was a cat, he was an orange tabby cat.
No defining features?
No defining features. But, I mean, he was able to transform into a cat.
Yeah, I know.
Roll an investigation check. I'll even give you advantage on this one. And I guess since Alec Cool is coming up at this time, Alec Cool you can too. Although...
Nope, that's a fucking 6.
The investigation check.
Yes.
So that's trying to roll off of Lincoln. I want to roll off of me. What?
Yes, you technically do have Observer over Lincoln. That's the only way you can access his shop inventory, technically.
I'm just... I mean, obviously one of the big things is...
Alec Cool, you literally just passed this guy in the common room, and he just said he's been here for 6 hours.
Fuck.
The sandy blonde hair, blue eyes, distinctive scar on the left side of his face. He bumped into Reed and said, "Get the hell out of the way."
God damn it. See, I wasn't really paying attention to that.
I did
Reed,
that on
wise.
purpose.
Since when has this guy been a guard?
What do you mean?
This
What do you
guy
mean?
was
I've been here
literally
for
just...
6 hours.
We literally just saw you in the common room.
Well, you must have seen somebody else, because it wasn't me. I wish I was up in the
A
common room
scar
having
like
a damn
that?
drink. Same scar?
Yeah,
Same
alright.
guy.
Alright, well...
Looks like we gotta go stop him. This dude did turn into a cat. It's not surprising if he turned into others as well.
Alright.
And Reed's just gonna start to book it out.
Roll a perception check. You rush up out of the room, as he says, as the guy is still continuing to look.
I grabbed this guy.
The 10.
It's not bad. You grab him and drag him up, saying, "Wait, I still got stuff to do! I'm supposed to be keeping this door guarded!" But his guard duty has largely failed at this point.
Considering no one's there.
Considering no one is there. As you rush up, Reed, you can just, as you pass into the common room of A Taste of Pride and Blood, you just make out the back of this man as he disappears out the front door.
Well, then I will dash for the front door. And and have my dart prepared as soon as I can see him.
Seeing Reed bolt up the door, since I imagine they would have let a big hole through the unit into the seedy dungeon. I'm just gonna fall out the door, just seeing him running out.
Alright. That is... I don't know why I'm fucking pulling that. Roll a private... You dart out the door. And as you look from left to right, give me another perception check.
That's better. 15.
That's a pretty good perception check. You can see the form of the man disappears down a nearby alleyway, passing behind a taste of pride and blood. And at the same time, you can see he pauses, and he looks back expecting you to follow him.
Great. How far away is he?
About 60 feet, and he walked into the alleyway.
And how close is Bruce?
I imagine right next to you, right behind you.
Yeah, I'm right next to you.
All right,
I don't have your movement speed, so I'm gonna be lingering a little bit behind at full speed. But...
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna whisper to him in a low voice that I'm going to follow this man, follow close behind me, if things get dicey. Try to keep yourself as hidden as you can, Mr. Giant Goliath.
Yeah, he's a Goliath wearing half plate. He's not sneaky. I'll do my best,
And
man.
Reed will follow down the alley.
Alright. You disappear and you throw yourself into the alley, and it is essentially a maze of alleyways. You can see all the buildings here are pretty tightly packed. You can hear the sound of the nearby fight arena, as it appears there is some sort of blood sport going on outside the arena that is outside of A Taste of Pride and Blood. Its cheers deafen any sort of footfalls, but at the same time it gives you anonymity. As you can see, there are very few people here, most gathered around the games. As you move into the alley, give me a survival check.
Survival. Ooh.
Yeah. Now we're moving on to tracking, as he is not visible.
22.
The ground itself is quite muddy, and you can see there are very distinct, fresh footfalls in this sodden mud. You follow them, your head held low, as you can see they twist, and you travel maybe 200, 300 feet down winding alleyways, and then they come to a stop, and I need you to make a perception check here.
That's 23.
I'm not gonna lie, the DC is 30. He rolled extremely high.
Jesus! Damn it, I need that Fortune 8 that honor you.
You stand there looking at the, basically where the footprints end. And as you look around, you only have time to basically feel what appears to be a piece of sharpened metal. It's not slicing into you, but it's placed on your shoulder as you hear a voice that says, "Not bad, Master Halfling. You might make a fair tracker."
Well, it's
Can I make a stealth check?
one way
You can make
to
a
help
stealth check.
looking for you cloak and dagger types.
You wound me, Master Halfling. You say that as if it's a bad thing.
That's an 11.
He's not really paying attention to you. He seems focused on Reed since you're following close behind, but he says, you wound me, Master Halfling. I'm not a bad sort, and you say that as if Cloak and Dagger is necessarily a bad thing.
It muddies the water and complicates things.
I would say it elucidates more than anything. What is more elucidating than information?
A voice from on high calls to Lou to remember the discussion about character growth.
Oh, shit. Look. I'm not the one that likes doing this kind of stuff. And I came to offer you the same deal as the other day. We'll let you have a place on our boat. But you're gonna have to offer us information. Because unfortunately, one of our leads. Well, let's just say that the position opened up.
Ah, well. I am a fan of aggressive promotion, so I will tell you this. Master Halfling, I will join you if you can tell me what monastery I'm from.
Well, you were those serpents, were you not?
That is the claim that I made. But is it true?
Colin, this is mean.
It's annoying because I know it, Reed doesn't.
It may haps be that I was an onyx serpent. Recently. Or it may haps be that I've always been one. What is your choice, young
It's
Master
difficult to
Halfling?
work with your type.
But he's given you a choice. And at the same time, he does not. It's almost like he's almost being playful with you, honestly. It seems that I've managed to escape on my own. Joining your crew seems to not have very much benefit anymore now, does it? It's about this time Brewster's sneaking up behind him.
I'm gonna put my hands on both the shoulders, saying, "Oh, we haven't gone one point
Roll
yet."
a grapple check against him. With advantage.
That's strength.
That is athletics.
21.
Good thing you had the advantage. Well,
Yep.
Grop didn't roll, but he got a 17. So you like come up behind him, and you what's his name? The guy who was fighting John Cena last night, Nick?
Roman Reigns.
Oh no, the
Roman
other guy,
Reigns?
the black guy,
No,
the guy who was playing Goldberg.
Bobby Lashley.
Bobby Lashley, you Bobby Lashley
fucking Bobby
him.
Lashley.
As you like reach up and like put your arms under his and grapple him backwards, as he is completely unaware of your approach as he was focused on Reed. Saying, "What the hell?" As you Bobby Lashley submission hold him. I'm swinging him around.
I
As
may
he's
not like this cloak and dagger thing, but this does not mean that I do not have some proficiency in it.
he's
Now then,
Now you're gonna start talking.
he struggles against you briefly, but eventually falls limp. Saying, "Interesting. You may yet do. Very well, it seems that I am
now then.
submit myself to you, Master Halfling. What would you like to know?"
First bit of information. How many of those serpents have infiltrated my monastery?
Jeez, baby. God damn.
This is
Kids
the one
knocking
thing I
shit
will
on
not
the place.
compromise on.
To tell you the truth, I couldn't give you an exact 100% number, but it is between 20 and 30. And you should consider yourself lucky. Some of the other monasteries have far more.
What about what's the name of the 4 elements?
That
Well,
one is
you
not
named
one,
them.
so you can make it up if you want to. That
Yeah.
one, that one,
Honestly, I didn't have.
that one ended up like getting cut as I made it a different monastery. I believe it became like the mounted monastery or something.
That's actually kind of fitting, because he's from the mountains, so that'll work.
Perfect.
I guess how many's in that one? Because I don't have a name for it yet.
The one with the
How many?
least is the Silver Dragons. The one with the most, I imagine, is the Onyx Serpents. As for your monastery, probably a similar number, maybe 40. 50 of the acolytes have been swayed over to the nature of the Onyx Serpents. I must admit, with a little bit of jealousy, they are quite good at the game that I feel like we invented.
What do you mean by we?
His clan.
He sort of says,
Who invented this game?
My... If I might be frank with you, Master Halfling, I told you that
You
I was...
talk like they and you are different.
We are. As I said, I am an Onyx Serpent and have been for the past 5 years. Before that, I myself spent some time amongst the acolytes of the Sapphire Horses for a couple of years. There's even a brief stint where I spent time in your monastery, Master Halfling. But that is not who we are. That is not who I am. I take the guise of whatever I need to be at the time. Because you see, so many of you monks think that to be powerful is through strength of arms or discipline, stillness of mind. To truly be powerful is to know things. You understand? And my people have been learning things.
Replay that one scene in Game of Thrones, right?
Essentially, yes. My people have been learning things for hundreds of years before they were even a monastic order. And that is what I do. I learn things. The only problem is that the Onyx Serpents have been stepping on our toes. And they've been doing it sloppily.
Can I do an insight check on that?
Sure.
Make sure he really does seem to have a hatred for the Onyx Serpents. 16.
He seems like he's.
rolled the 16 as well.
He seems like he is telling the truth.
I'm gonna let him down, but I'm still gonna keep a hand on him.
He does not.
All right.
Not ruin it.
As he says, he does so. He says, "As I said, I have been amongst the Onyx Serpents for 5 years." And you can see he like pulled down the collar of his shirt, and there's a brand on his collarbone. But he said, then immediately says, "But if I didn't want to be an Onyx Serpent, I could just choose something else." And his body begins to morph. As he takes the form of what appears to be a slightly... a tall dwarf, essentially. Much stockier and much bulkier with a huge beard, as he's completely changed his form and the brand is gone. You can see... I take the form that I choose.
I do see.
He is
Well,
a...
each
We
trip.
are at an accord.
he is clearly a doppelganger, or a changeling of some sort.
But it seems we've reached an accord. We'll allow you to join us, and you'll give us information. And for that, we will protect you from the... well, bringing you back to those at the Taste of Pride and Blood.
He says...
He's gonna hold out his hand.
He eyes you and says... That's pretty fair. But he sort of almost reaches his hand out. He says, "But I pretty easily escaped them. You're not offering me a lot. I imagine I could do the same pretty easily."
Will you, if I tell them all your tricks?
Or you think I showed you
Sure,
all
I don't
my...
know them
You think
all,
I showed you
but-
all my tricks? Of course not. But you have piqued my interest.
The fact that you can change would probably be a big one.
Roll a No, he's just gonna be... You know what? I think you've earned him being straightforward with you. I'm gonna tell you how it is, Master Underbow, since you seem young and a little bit green.
Oh damn. That's, you know, can't argue that.
This infiltration between monasteries has been going on for far longer than you've been been alive, and while we are the best at it, we're certainly not the only ones doing it. I understand it may be a little bit disconcerting to learn that your very monastery has done the same, but they have. They just weren't very good at it. Not like we were. I have talked to your Master Amiris, although he did not know I was somebody else, or my allegiances lied elsewhere. He only knew of my talents. He himself, as I said, there was a brief time where I was a member of the Green Mantises, and he himself sent me to infiltrate the monastery of one Gregor Starag, to see their secrets so that I might pass it on to them. That is the interesting thing about you monastic traditions. You surprisingly want to know all the secrets of the other ones, while keeping your own close to the chest.
Hearing this, Reed's actually just gonna pull out a dart and hold it at his neck.
He seems completely unperturbed by this. He says, "You think I fear to die?"
No, but that doesn't mean you don't want it to happen.
Certainly not.
Here's the thing. You leave my monastery alone. You make sure you do not do anything to jeopardize my allies. And if I hear anything else that you have misinformed us, I'll be sure to put you on my list among the Aboleth and the Red Dragon.
Strange list indeed.
One of these things is not like the other.
Right?
Exactly. One of these things is a lot
He
easier
sort
to
of
get
shakes
to.
his head.
Red Dragon.
Yes.
Tabby Cat.
Young Master Halfling, your threats are fairly hollow. I don't fear to die simply because we of my monastery believe there is only one important thing. The information that we learned and passed on. If I die, that information remains alive and well within the oral traditions of my people, of my monastery. But even so, you are not my enemy. Not really.
Reed's gonna take a breath to calm down. Put the dart away.
He says,
Enough of this.
as I said, there is one monastery in particular that is very sloppily trying to do what we do, and to tell you the truth, we don't appreciate it very much. That was why I infiltrated the Onyx Serpents in the first place, and that is how I ended up spending years as a fucking cat. They had some sort of vendetta against this Bloodstone Brotherhood over something that someone stole.
Oh.
Yes, a gem of some importance, an Eye of Vecna.
Well, I see you don't have all the information.
This is not something he would have
But
necessarily
enough of this
known.
prattle. Enough of this prattle. Let's show you to your new living chambers.
Alright, there is room for one more person aboard the Skyweaver. Until you get an upgrade to the ship, if you want more NPCs, you have to upgrade the ship. But, he says, but he is willing to take on that ability. He says, well, information is the most important thing that I am meant to gather, and I certainly can't think of a better way to find information than traveling along on an airship, and I certainly will not be providing information if I am dead. So I will aid you, Master Halfling, as long as it interests me to do so. And you suspect you might be able to escape pretty easily.
So I'm pretty sure I got his name last time, but I can't remember.
You got a name last time.
Fair enough.
Not like you're gonna tell me the real one, but
He probably did not tell you a real one. And
What
you're
should it
you're
call
pretty
me?
sure you know he did not tell you a real one. You can ask him for his real name though.
so I'll
I'm
call
not
you,
gonna
mate.
give it.
What I call you?
Call me M.
And now we're in 007.
Yes. M for Moonstone Eagles. Well,
Anyone else want a scene?
I don't suppose you have anywhere to wash up on this boat. I've been stuck in that nasty hole for at least a day.
Do we?
I mean, vaguely,
Why?
yes.
Why wouldn't we?
You got a way to wash
There
up.
seems to be a watering hole.
M is a Moonstone
In them
Eagle
barns.
monastery. He has, he can teach you proficiency with disguise kits, or in half the time for half the cost. He can also, basically cast. He is a changeling and can change himself to be pretty much anyone if you can bring it to him. He's extremely adept at gathering information like Lincoln. Although Lincoln mostly deals in rumors, he can actually do spy work and infiltrate things. He also is extremely knowledgeable of the monasteries, all the monasteries, because he has basically infiltrated all of them at some point in time. His age is unknown, but he's likely old. And he is now one of your crew members. How you work with him is up to you. I have not added him yet, but I will add him. And he is M.
Alright.
Colin,
Yep.
I want to go after Siegfried.
Alright.
I will be, because I don't.
Too bad
I
I'm
don't
not
know
gonna
who
have a
has
chance to
the
offer my
key.
condolences.
What? He peed on his bed?
She did.
She peed on his bed. She just went out. Gracie peed on the kid's bed.
What a bitch.
Also,
Wow.
God damn it,
yeah,
Gracie.
Reed will just, because I remember we have them, Reed will just use the earpiece to inform Elakul that the guard there was the real person, so he does not need to, like, try to detain him or anything.
Murder the guy.
I bet that sounds real weird out of context.
Alright, M is an interesting character. He's not afraid to die. But at the same time, he mostly values gathering information. He's gonna make out with Madame Vestia, I swear it.
Who the fuck is that?
What? Madame Vestia?
Madame Vestia, the fortune teller?
Yeah, it was the fortune.
Oh, it doesn't show her name. No,
I see
over
her.
here.
Over where?
That's Max.
Oh, that's
Can't you
Max.
tell?
What the fuck is that?
I know, it's hard to see. It's kind of loud.
It's a little tiny. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
I'll draw a new one. That's just the placeholder I have right now. Shut up.
Alright.
I just didn't know what the fuck that was.
So I will,
Can we talk about how, like,
right there.
unnecessarily high definition Madame Vestia's NPC token is?
she's
I would if
beautiful.
I
You're
could
just...
see it again, but
You can,
She's
you can
salty.
fucking zoom in on that shit.
Well,
Hey,
you can... I think you can navigate over to the Skyweaver, yeah.
there we go.
Those are
There we
amongst
go.
the free navigations.
I just kept on going there, and it wasn't loading.
Alright. Yes, she is beautiful. She does look like Ava Green from Kingdom of Heaven.
She does look like Ava Green.
Because
from Kingdom of Heaven.
she is Ava Green from Kingdom of Heaven.
It's amazing how that happened.
Let me refresh because suddenly all the tokens are gone from the Skyweave.
Alright. Alec, cool. You pursue Siegfried, who is moving with surprising speed. It's daytime, but he has his veil on.
I stealth.
Alright. He does not seem to be noticing you as he rushes to the vault.
Okay.
And you catch up with him just outside of it. He's standing in a little bit a little bit perplexed as to how he's going to enter. He himself does not have the key, but he is a thief, so...
I go up to him and I tell him I could probably just ask for the key again. You know.
You can see him grimly, he says, well, do it. I'm going to go see Klaus.
Well, if I do it, you're taking me with you.
He nods his head.
Deal?
Very well.
Don't let her go back in there. I have to wash all
Who
her stuff.
who had the
Pull the
key?
gate. Pull the gate thing. Who had the key? You know
If
what?
I had a choice in the matter, I would have taken it back.
I have no clue who had
Unless
the key,
the
honestly.
Empress- Well, I had it originally, so I would have
It's
taken
a
it back
draft.
unless the Empress took it.
I asked
me-
Aruna if I could please have the key. I need to check something down there.
I'm having a hot date with
We
the
are-
Empress.
we
I
are
can't
gone,
give you a
homie.
key.
No, I know. Earpiece. I ask somebody.
I'm going to allow the Emperor to give entrance to you. I want to see where this goes.
To grant entrance to me.
Yes. I want to see
Okay,
where this
so
goes.
all right.
Can't wait for fucking Alakul to fucking die.
I know I'm breaking the rules, but I want to see where this goes.
All right. This is we go down then. I
I'm
go
not
I
even
go
on
and
this guy weaver.
I go and retrieve key. Then I come back and me and him go down and I keep the key.
Oh yeah, like I said, I want to see how this goes because this is interesting. I want to see if it goes crazy. Hold on, let me find a. Because I imagine I gotta imagine Klaus will actually come out and talk to Siegfried,
Yeah, like I was gonna ask you how
or at least
how is Klaus's undeath working here? Is like an intelligent corporeal? or
you're
something, or what?
intelligent corporeal. He basically brought you back to life.
Okay. Okay.
Let me find Siegfried real fast. There is no Siegfried. I know there's a fucking Siegfried. I know I made the damn token computer.
Did you name it Sigmund?
I might have
or
named
something?
it Sigmund by accident because I kept calling him Sigmund.
Oh my God, Ziggy, what the fuck?
TQRS.
Oh wait,
You're
I thought
gonna
his
wait.
name was Sigmund and you just kept calling him Siegfried.
I accidentally named him Siegfried without the G.
Scythe.
NPC. Okay, let me pull Aruna to this scene. God, I keep having to pull it to the black vaults. I'm gonna go pee real fast. Beaver. Siegfried and Alec Cool descend to the vault, and as soon as he hits the floor, Siegfried says, "Klaus, where are you?" At this point, you don't have to go and present yourself before them. You can just answer them. But I will allow you to answer
Okay,
them.
so like I kind of like the.
You don't have to like
loudspeaker
actually,
Kind of thing?
yeah, basically, you don't actually have to put yourself in front of them. But I'm gonna go pee
I'm
real
also
fast.
gonna go to the bathroom and.
No.
Wait, are you serious?
No.
I did
No,
forget to start
all of this-
recording again. God damn it. That's okay. Nobody
All
watch.
right, go back through it. Go
Nobody
back through
watches
it.
these
Come on.
anyways. Nobody
The whole
watches them
session.
anyways. I
Okay.
mostly
I'm
record
just
for my
saying.
notes, but I'll remember.
Well,
Oh
these.
you
man,
guys
I gotta go.
Did you
poop
forget
again.
there was one
The
viewer?
whole session?
I mostly record these for my notes, so I can listen to them again.
But how far
Yeah,
back?
how
did
far
you-
back?
Basically,
This whole interaction with the
interaction
thing,
with Klaus
probably.
and
Yeah.
I'm sure they wouldn't mind doing it again. Go on.
Just
Then
just
if
ask
I
me.
can-
We
if I
came back
remember-
after Colin was talking
That
to me.
doesn't really work the same way.
Call
Look,
the
I-
good.
call
Look.
the FBI hotline and
all
ask
right.
them.
For my own
Lou, I smoked too much weed to have a short-term
For
memory
my
like
own
that.
edification, whenever I watch this again to write my notes, the point has been that Klaus initially talked to them, found out that they're not hostile to them, and now they are discussing basically the future, or Klaus's past as well as Klaus's future, while learning that Klaus's echo shadow is no longer just his the sort of weird genetic modification of his family, where their shadows are basically living beings. His shadow is now the Redeemer, who has latched onto him as I come up with better and better ideas.
Just
And
as
now
a side
they are
note, as a
discussing.
player,
Yep.
holy shit, that's much worse than I expected to be said about Klaus's family.
I told you to know it.
Klaus's family has done some messed up shit.
That's on their mom, not them.
Yeah, that is on.
If
mother,
you do
not
if
them.
you do realize, Beaver, go over that one more time. I would like that recorded though.
Oh, what mommy did?
Yes.
Take it from the top.
That would
Okay, hang
I
on, let me
would
see if
like
I
on
remember.
the actual record.
Okay,
Take it from the top.
shut up. I told you I smoked too much pot to remember what I said 5 minutes ago, so I have to do this like
It's-
again from zero.
It sucks because
So,
we lost
let
like
me
a half
get
an
there.
hour of
I know.
hour.
I know.
It's
Just let me
Well,
get
it's
there,
my
let me get
fault
there.
because I'm dumb because I forgot to hit the
No,
record button
it's
again.
good.
You even said you forgot to record while we were talking, Colin, and then you just didn't do anything about
I
it.
completely forgot. It is recording now. 3 city blocks.
Yes, the night that Xanax had been struck, and we were fleeing, my mother found out that my brother and his wife were with a child, and to ensure their escape, she allowed her shadow to consume her, and she took out 3 city blocks with the explosion. In the explosion, 44 people perished, 13 of which were children. It would be quite some task to get the Empress to forgive that.
Well, while I don't agree with her methods, I do appreciate her end goal. But that being said, you mentioned it was your father and your brother that were imprisoned. I don't believe your father or brother killed any of those people. Your mother did, and she is already dead.
No, they do not. They're
Also,
responsible for suffering.
nothing of this needs to go to the public. You're quite good at hiding. You and all of your friends. I imagine your brother and father are quite good at it too. I feel
Oh,
like
yes.
it won't be known if they are out of prison, whether they break out or get broken out or get freed by the Empress herself.
Yeah. There actually is something we could do, someone we could find. You said my brother's very good at hiding. Well, so was my other one. The one that got away. I can't remember if it was Oscar. Hang on. I think it was Oscar.
Oscar Wilde?
Oscar Fisher.
Oscar Schindler.
Open up Notepad, bitch.
This turned into the Schindler's List campaign. Somebody get Liam Neeson.
Oh boy.
Shit! Can we do the porn parody Schindler's Fist?
Oh no, Max! No, Max.
Can we do Shawshank the Redemption?
We definitely can't fucking stream now, you shithead.
I was about to
Max,
say,
no.
we can't stream now.
This
Max,
is
you are
live.
honestly better off just shouting the N-word at the top of your lungs.
No.
Can we do Broshwitz now?
But don't do that either, because we are recording. We are recording, so don't do that, Max, please.
Damn.
This is why we don't stream.
I can feel the TOS.
We're all terrible.
This is why?
This is one of the reasons.
Did I tell you
clearly.
guys about the time my boss and I were talking about Dungeons and Dragons, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I do a campaign. My DM records it sometimes. You can watch them online." I was like, "Oh wait, hold on, no, I'm not gonna give him that link."
Yeah, don't.
Don't
Whatever
do
you
that.
don't.
This is how.
If you want a
You'll get
job
fired.
tomorrow,
This is why we're going to hell. Also, I have had a bunch to drink.
Oh please, everybody's going to hell.
I need to put these.
I told you Colin wouldn't remember the session because I knew the stamina bonus box would
I
be
need
gone.
to put these bottles away.
Dude, hell's just gonna be a fucking D&D session, but Satan makes it so all of our rolls are ones.
you know, Colin, I gotta say I don't really like the magenta one,
I
the
think
Sam Adams one.
I think Hell's D&D session.
I don't know,
is,
but the point
only
is, you remember, yes. I would like to please get done with the capital so we can start moving on to Feist in the Deepwater Lake, and you can actually start doing the stuff that requires finding the pieces of this prophecy and the weapons and items from it. So Klaus,
Yes.
who is the brother
You
that
find my
escaped?
brother. If you find my brother Oscar, he can help you. His skill set's honestly far better than mine. He was always the brains of the operation. Martin's the brawn. I was more the finesse. But if anybody can get that, damn it, if anybody can get the Bloodstone Brotherhood operation again, enough to actually help us in stopping the prophecy, it would be him. I don't know where he is. I was hoping to find him when I came to the capital, but unfortunately, the den was empty. Maybe all it would take is time. Fuck, I can't fucking talk today.
I'm the only one that can do a German accent.
Well, I will. I know I will try. I don't know how good I'll do, but I will attempt to find him. At the very least, let him know that we're going to try and free the rest of his family. But
Pardons all around.
Yes, it's all coming together.
I wish Cody were here.
I'm sure
I
Cody...
did like the Karakwa RP. He was interesting.
Yeah, I think he just got tired of carrying all of us.
But I
just got off the phone with him. He doesn't like having that large of a commitment for his 1 of 2 days off.
What a bitch.
Understandable.
That's how D&D works.
Can you imagine having to spend hours a week planning a campaign too?
Right? Like shit, this is one of my 2 days off too. Fuck it.
Hey,
Let's fucking
Beaver.
go, boys. What's up?
Also, Beaver, fuck you. You're like fireman carrying us
Shut
right
up,
now.
Tommy. We're having a scene. You're not there.
I reach out my hand to Klaus and I tell him, I don't approve of your methods, but if my goddess says I will stand with you to fight against the Everfrost, then that's what I will do. Whatever it takes.
I'm gonna extend my hand, but I'm gonna like hold back a little bit, and I'm gonna extend the Redeemer forward and have him shake the Redeemer's hand.
I don't like that.
I mean, the Redeemer, your shadow can extend forward too. Like I said, your shadow is a separate being technically, and its hand enwraps yours, as all of you shake hands.
Now, that being said, I would appreciate the that this stays as civilized as we can keep it. But I'm not one to stray away from doing something for the greater good, and this in my eyes is for the greater good. So
Yes, the greater good. Let me show you the greater good. I want to take them down to the 3rd level.
Do you actually want to take them down to the 3rd level?
I want to show them the 3rd level. I don't want to take them to the 3rd level. I want to show them the 3rd level.
I mean, the only way to show them 3rd level is to take them down to the 3rd level.
All right, we're going on a trip, boys.
All right,
hop on the magic school bus.
All right,
Going on a trip in our favorite
Nick,
rocket ship.
To freaking Klaus's mausoleum.
This is gonna be fun.
He takes you down to the 3rd level of the vault, It's not a. Well, he doesn't. As soon. The way to describe it is. When you step in the teleportation circle, you don't have to go down multiple levels. Because he's granting you access to it, it immediately teleports you down. As well as Siegfried. And it reeks of death. It smells of decay as you look all about you. It's dark. Save for torchlight that glitters over nearby columns. And you can see this hall is maybe 100 feet long. It is outfitted with various tables. Various workstations that have all sorts of bones. But they're not human bones. They're not humanoid bones. They're massive. Draconic in nature. Many of them have cracks. They're broken. But they're being mended. As this becomes apparent, and I will tell you, and since you're all here, Beaver, I'm going to tell you the full extent of this. The Redeemer was making a Draco-Lich from Hasfadel's bones that he was able to recover. Hasfadel, the dragon god.
Time heals all wounds, friend.
He was creating a Draco-Lich from it. A powerful being under his thrall. An ultimate weapon. As Siegfried sort of stands next to you. The smell does not bother him, however. As he says, my god. His ultimate weapon was this creature. An undead army, to be sure, is useful. But that was not his nuclear bomb. This is his nuclear bomb. A creature that could rival the power of anything.
You can control this, yes.
Albert and I have been putting time to make sure.
That is the plan.
Yep.
To control it, not to unleash it, to control it.
Of course, not unleash it. We're trying to preserve life.
Okay.
To an extent. The useful ones.
Is that all that's down here? It's just Hasfadel's bones, basically?
There's other experiments, but this is the main experiment. This is the main thing. There's more experiments on sentient undead life that you saw above, to a greater extent. Klaus probably has an army of maybe 100 soldiers that are all of sentient life. But this is the main experiment of the third level. The biggest experiment, the thing that was meant to change the tide of the war. The thing that he worked hardest on. This idea that he could create a Draco-Lich with some of the bones of essentially a god.
How long does it need?
The prototype is up and running, actually, Klaus. It's not at full strength, but you could field a moderately powerful creature at this point.
She's not quite there yet, but if need be, she can be brought to the front.
So I hope we don't need it right now. I think we'll have other problems if that were the case.
There is something else, Klaus. And I don't know if you want to talk to him about it. There's something you're looking for as well.
Oh, the lake?
The lake.
Yes.
Dagger.
The lake.
The dagger of Kas.
Dude. Do you tell me about that, or is that a no?
I don't know. I almost want to flip a coin.
I mean,
I
I
mean,
can't, I
flip a
can't,
coin.
I can't make you tell him. But I thought I'd bring it up in
I
case you
mean-
do want to tell him, because I don't know if you remembered that was a thing.
No, I remember about the dagger. I just see, the thing is, it does things that I know Vecna won't like. So I don't know if like that's something that he would want Klaus or would allow Klaus to disclose. You know, I'm still kind of like,
You can,
how
if
undead is he?
if you want to tell him, you can roll a Wisdom saving throw.
Right.
I got the number you got to roll against. It's up to you. You don't have to tell him.
Now would be the time if you were going to.
That would be the time if you were
Yeah.
going to, but you don't have to tell him. It is entirely up to you.
See, that's another thing. How cool. Wisdom saving throw. Hang on, why is that? Okay, well, we'll say this is a +1 because it doesn't have it on there.
You fail.
Ah! Fantastic. Knew that was coming. Do I get to spill it out, or do I have to like? Does it prevent me, or does it just
It stops you.
punish me for telling him?
He doesn't
Okay.
want you. Vecna does not want you spilling the beans on this. This is an item that allows you to gain control over yourself and Vecna to lose control over you. He does not want that.
So as he starts being like, "That'd cool." So that's another.
Siegfried comes up to you, and as you sort of collapse slightly, Siegfried lifts you up and says, "What is it, my love?"
Can't. You won't let go of me.
Well, look, if there's something you can think of that I can do to help you,
I'm
Maybe
gonna
not
get
now.
up. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna like grab him by the collar and be like, "There are ways. You just have to look for them."
well,
There are
if you can think of something and you get the ability to tell me, you can find a way to tell me. You still have your earpiece. I know it's only the range is short, but if you can find a way to make it work to tell me, you can tell me. I'm going to trust you and do what you're working on.
All right.
Time is short, friends.
Time is indeed
Yeah.
short.
And Siegfried, feel free to visit. It does get awfully lonely down here.
All right.
Colin, while we're here, I asked Siegfried about vampirism.
He says, he looks at you. Well, it is its own it's its own curse, really. I mean, there are certain benefits, but there are definite drawbacks. Difficulty in the sun, the need for blood. There are times where I enjoy it, and there are times where I would not wish it on my worst enemy. I am lucky. In the city I have access to blood, and people that are even willing to give their blood to me. But in the wilds I could not survive. There's nothing worse than having to live on rat blood.
I've had rat, it's not so bad.
But it does come with benefits. I am I don't get older. I gain in speed, I gain in strength.
Don't forget the stamina.
He,
Wink, wink.
he sort of smiles. Yes, the stamina is there.
Gross.
Why is that? Do you show interest in becoming a vampire?
If it means that it would help me fight off the ice, then yes, I would.
And how do you think that your friends would view that?
My friends, I don't know. My goddess wouldn't care.
That's true.
That's she's
Well,
her eyes are the ones that I care about. So.
keep in mind that what I was doing when my friends didn't know what I was doing.
I didn't say I wasn't
And
going
how
to tell
about
them.
and how well that worked out for me.
Well, I mean, you're still doing it, aren't you?
It's more than just me at this point.
It is a painful.
I'm kind of running a townhouse at the moment, solo-wise.
It is a painful transformation, but I will not deny it to you. Should you come seeking it, but it has to be something that you truly want.
We can talk more about it later, then. But I'm definitely considering.
Yes. Then. Dwell on it, but do not take it lightly. You do not
I will tell you before I leave the city.
You do not need it, but it may aid you. But it is not something to take on lightly. And there are those, I suspect, in your group that would not appreciate your bloodlust.
I know of at least one, and I don't appreciate his foolish view on things, but that aside, I will still dwell on it.
Well, I will be around. Think on it. Take your time. But he'll be around. As you turn, do you have anything else?
I think that's it.
Alright.
I don't have anything else for him.
Alakul, you turn and make your way back to the teleportation circle. Siegfried does not.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Siegfried comes up to you, Klaus, and he wraps your arms around you as you two embrace. Lost in each other for a moment, Alakul, as you teleport away, you can see the glittering of the firelight shows two silhouettes. One thin, lithe silhouette of a predator, and one with a wide-brimmed hat. The Redeemer's shadow in Klaus's as you are yanked away. Teleported back to the top level. As you're alone. Klaus, Siegfried remains in your embrace. At least for now. And you're able to go and do your things. And I think that's...
Continue the work.
I think that ends that scene. I like...
Yep.
Nick, I like that you've actually taken on this whole willing to listen to the Redeemer. I like that I like that some people do not want to listen to him at all. And some people are like, he's bad, but he's got a point.
Yep, and then one of the characters dies for it, and that's what gets everyone to fucking play along. I fucking love this so goddamn much.
Alright, that is it.
I'm grinning from ear to ear. Let's go.
That is what happens. You leave the vault. Siegfried does not come with you. As I said, he's in... You'll be able to get in touch with him. He's not, like, staying in the vault, but for now, he is enjoying the embrace of his true love, Klaus. Maybe maybe the attraction to Gen was just a fling. You know? A passing fancy. What matters is Siegfried is here, loyal to him. I'm seeing this gif of a fucking cockroach being burned alive. What the fuck?
Right? He deserves so much worse.
All right, but that's it. Siegfried does not return up with you, but you've said your piece, and we can go back to the main room.
Okay.
Oh shit, they're back.
Hey, how'd it go?
My money's on Undead Celestial or Corrupted Celestial.
I don't want to tell Colin my idea.
I already told him what it is, so you can't change what it is.
Oh, I know. I was just taking bets.
Can we get a bingo board going?
I suspect there might be multiple of you that are technically right in a way. What?
Oh, I
There's a
really
orgy
hope
of
I'm right.
undead servants in the last floor.
All right.
Don't like that.
I feel like this is a nice time to bring on Venta.
Hey.
You are in the big city of Weissenberg. I don't know if you've been to the capital before.
I have not.
So it is overwhelming seeing this, just the din of activity. People rushing to and fro, the sounds and the smells. Used to sort of quieter locales, pastoral locales. You're used to the smell of the ocean and the smell of grapes in the air. And so now you stand, like, with letter clutched in hand, overlooking the biggest city you've ever seen in your life. Bigger than any city you could ever imagine, with more people you could imagine gathered in one place. But you do have a mission in sort of at hand.
I am looking for the lord of my land.
Yes, you are looking for the lord of the Ile de Royhan. Lord Avendor Iteralte de Sarasenio III.
Avendor Ituralde Isarasenio de Royhan the 14th.
14th.
I will return.
A needlessly long name. For a needlessly...
I seek him out.
For a needlessly long
There's a
name.
Esteban
point
Julio
for every
Ricardo.
one of those words.
Which part were you most disappointed at, Connor? The fact that he got one of the names wrong, he missed one of them,
You find him.
I don't
didn't
expect
remember.
You
Colin
find
to
him.
remember
He
the
tells you, did you know Ito means little in Spanish?
I don't know if that was better or worse than I know.
You've been sent to seek him out. You have clutched in your hand a letter.
Alright, I have to pee real quick.
Why are you fucking
what the
leaving when it has
hell?
to do with you, Connor?
It doesn't. I'm not
Sorry about this.
I'm with the Emperor. I have to piss.
No, you're not. He's looking for you. I'm trying to bring Max in.
I'm excited for this too.
You go, and you find, you teleport into the teleportation circle, and begin asking as to the whereabouts of a Lord Sarasenio, and you are quickly diverted. He is currently enjoying the company of the Emperor and Aruna, who have gone to the top level of the central minaret to enjoy drinks, which is in the Emperor's suite.
Ooh, swanky.
Your mission seems urgent. You've been tasked with given a letter from the current acting lord of the Ile de Royhan, since Lord Sarasenio is not technically there right now.
Who is that currently acting right now?
The current acting lord is Lady Valdira.
Lady Valdira. That is who the letter's from.
That is who the letter is from. As you are, you show the official sigil that is on the letters. You are escorted by guards, but they do follow with you. You know if you get out of line in any way, shape, or form, it will be a very quick death. These are well-trained and well-outfitted guards.
Damn.
As you are showed up, like I said, it doesn't... The nice thing about guards is it doesn't matter if you're level 20, I can make them stronger than you are. The guards escort you up to the official suite of the Emperor. And there, Aruna, Ito, you've been taken up to the Emperor's suite, and she was as good as a word. She's there to have drinks. And she is plying you with wine, and she's flirting with both of you. She has assured you that she's ever said she's in the midst of saying, so have you ever seen an emperor's bedroom? As you've had a couple drinks when there's a knock on the door.
Damn it.
Fucking knock blocked. Come in. As the door opens, there is Max, describe yourself.
I'm clad in like not thick but very like covering clothing because my character is sick and gaunt and it is very clearly looks sick. And so I oftentimes cover myself with cloaks and hoods and all that good stuff. I have a mask that I wear that covers my mouth, nose, and forehead. My eyes are exposed. Not quite like a ninja. It's more armored than that. It's not just like a cloth wrap. I have a orange cape that I wear, or it's more like a cloak that I wear over this very sort of drab grays and browns, almost like commoner outfit. It's very much more like a uniform, and under the cape, between the clothes and that, is like sort of like scale armor.
Alright. That is what you see. He is flanked by 2 guards. He has a letter clutched in his hand. It bears a beautiful, sort of shockingly green symbol, a wax seal.
He's a little short too.
A little bit short. As I imagine he goes and he hands it to you, Ito.
I do. I hand it directly
And
to
you can see
Lord.
the wax seal is the official seal of the Ile de Royhan. Opening it, I imagine you open it. You see something that gives you a little bit of hope, perhaps a little bit of relief. Though limited, the teleportation circle in the old ruins is working, and this first person has been sent through to deliver a message.
Actually, I would, unless it's incredibly pertinent towards Max's introduction, which I suppose it might be, I probably would not open that on the spot.
It would be nice to give Max a chance to introduce himself and be important.
Okay, then sure, I'll read it.
All right. It's not long. It states that it basically says, "Dearest brother, the old ruins have revealed an old circle. Though limited in its power and abilities, we were able to link it to the capital. Glad to see that you're doing well, at least alive. Amelia misses you. Longs for your embrace again. The current... what's the word? I'm trying to think of the word. The current overseers from the capital continue impressing upon us our duty to provide troops to the war effort, and I am resistant. I understand we do owe a duty, but I would hate to have good men and women who are not trained for battle thrown into a meat grinder. I pray for your return soon, or at least your word. Your sister, the Lady of the Ile de Royhan, Valdira."
Now, do I recognize, like, does Ito have something on him that looks like the symbol on, like, the letter? Like the seal?
Yeah, the symbols, the seal and the symbols are all for the Green Lady. Signet ring.
Okay.
Yes.
Signet ring.
Since,
Necklace.
since we're... Okay, so between me and Ito on the way
I'm
up,
back.
we were kind of having a slight private conversation about what we're going to talk about with the Empress. So of course he gets up when I'm going to say something. I was going to encourage those two to leave the room and let me sit there and drink with the Empress so it doesn't spoil her good time. Wink.
Scissor me timbers.
I was just letting my dog out.
Yeah. So in other words, Ito, I'm trying to like impress or try to put forth that you should take your business outside to not spoil the Emperor's good time while we have her in a good mood. You know what I mean?
I'm always in a good mood when I'm having a drink, especially with such attractive company.
That's
Oh.
fair.
I don't know what Aruna's charisma is. I don't really care.
It's not mine.
It's not good.
She's talking about Lord Sarasenio.
Oh.
That's fine.
I was hoping we were gonna have a magical clam jam.
No. I'm just trying to.
Yeah,
Me and
have-
Ito discuss.
Have you ever pulled
That's
apart?
about-
Have you ever pulled apart a grilled cheese sandwich?
Oh no.
How do you respond, Lord Sarasenio? You've been given a letter, and this is clearly one of your loyal servants from your island.
I'll take the letter.
How would Ito feel about the opportunity to go the fuck home, at least briefly?
I mean, yeah. I will take the letter. I will read it. I will fold it up. I will pocket it. And then I will tell as Max actually introduced himself.
Oh, no, I kind of just handed you the letter, and then Colin was talking, and describing the letter. I say, "My lord, my name is Venta. I'm the first they sent through."
Is Venta familiar to me at all?
I don't,
Prob-
not really.
probably
It's not
not.
a very. I'm not from a very prominent family at all. Just
Probably
kinda
not.
live there.
I mean, he's just one of the people that live on the Ile de Royhan, in the town, basically. Which you know, your estate is separated from the town, so.
Sure. God damn it! Hold on.
Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna go pee real fast
Okay.
because I've been drinking a lot and I have to pee real bad. All right, I have gone and micturated. Now you can continue the conversation. Like I said, Venta's not from. You probably wouldn't know Venta. He's a townie essentially. And while you do gather and you've always been a very kind and familiar lord, you're not gonna know every person and every family in the town. There's quite a few people there. It's not a small town. It's not like capital sized, but there's still, you know, 1,000 people in the town. Can't know everyone. And that is not including the monastery either.
I will take the letter. I will fold it and I will pocket it, and I will tell him, "Thank you for this. I would like to speak to you later. However, at the moment, I have something rather important that I would rather not interrupt with homebound pleasantries."
Understandable.
Understandable. I'm just going to make the Skyweaver the current scene.
Oh shit. Oh, by the way, my charisma's 13, Colin. I lied because I forgot Baba
That's
Yaga
not a
Man.
bad charisma.
Your charisma score is almost as big as my charisma bonus.
He gets
Oh, I
Baba
was-
Yaga's mask, so.
Yeah, I was just saying I forgot about Baba's Yaga's Man.
Oh no,
Mine
actually,
was real bad.
it's one larger than my charisma bonus.
Wow, you're a
Wow.
fucking paladin / bard? Well, alright, so.
I'm very good at one thing.
So, what do you do, Ito?
Not in a rude way, but like I think Ito would effectively dismiss him I'll entertain your company at a later time, but right now I am unfortunately in the middle
Do
of
you,
something.
do you send him somewhere to meet you, perhaps at a later date? Perhaps the Sky Weaver or a taste of pride and blood?
Is that where Ito has rooms, or does he have?
That is the. You have rooms currently in basically the third minaret. It is the minaret that is for ambassadors and their guests. You also technically have access to rooms in the Taste of Pride and Blood, and then of course you have the Sky Weaver, which is your airship.
So I would likely send him, or I guess I would. Well, she wouldn't care. I would likely send him seek out the third minaret. They'll put you in rooms somewhere near mine. I will meet you at a later time.
As you wish.
All right, Max.
And I seek out the third minaret.
I actually want to pull Max and Ito to a scene real fast, or Max and Connor to a scene.
Okay.
I want to pull you to this scene because this is going to be a scene with Zara, Alden.
Okay.
Max, as you exit the ground floor level, you pass by a sort of dragonborn. She does bear an official sash, and she has what appears to be wanted posters. They're looking for somebody. Wanted posters makes it seem a lot more nefarious than it is. They're merely looking for someone, a Earth Ganassi, dark-skinned, fairly beautiful. There is a reward for her for 10,000 gold pieces. A hefty sum. An incredibly sum. The type of sum that could set someone's family up for in life. They'd never have to work again. And this is from an ambassador from Par Zula. And she seems fairly desperate as she passes out these flyers.
I'm sorry, this is on Venta's way to the third minaret?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to know what Zara is doing. The heat in the capital is getting very heavy for Zara Alden.
So
you said these are wanted posters. These are wanted posters.
These-
How much are they for? Like, what's the reward?
10,000 gold pieces for this Earth Ganassi, Zara Alden. Alive.
Ooh,
Nothing
why
if
is
she
somebody looking for
nothing
someone
if
alive?
she is dead, and these are being handed out by an ambassador of Par Zula.
What crimes has she committed?
It does not list it. Merely that she is wanted.
Christ, I had to yell at him for an hour.
I don't trust that. I don't
It-
trust them at all.
It does not say that. It does not say that. It says that she is wanted, alive. No good dead. There are no crimes
Klaus.
listed. Merely that there is 10,000 gold pieces if you can find her and bring her to the authorities' attention. But the specifics, there is no specifics. There is a
Klaus.
fairly good representation of her likeness on the paper.
Klaus. What?
Ito.
Okay, so
He's Bruce right now.
Zara. No, he's Klaus at the moment. Klaus and Zara went to basically the brothel, the nightclub.
Yes.
They
Technically,
One second.
one of the
One
you
second.
did not roll the perception check high enough. The madam of the brothel knows whatever you talked about within that brothel.
I'm sorry, my kid was talking. I didn't hear any of that.
I said, at the time you did not roll a high enough perception check to notice, but the madam of that brothel knows everything you talked about in that brothel.
Okay, that's fine. The reason I brought Beaver here is because Klaus had some idea of what to do with Zara, and I wanted him to.
I'm
explain.
trying to hammer out what the fuck is going on with Zara, honestly. I'm
No, you're good.
I'm leveraging Max into forcing you into decide what that is.
No, that like.
I mean,
Beaver and Connor have already discussed that.
I kind of spitballed the suggestion of Klaus extending a hand into the organization to her, and like offering her refuge within the Thieves Guild, the Thieves Den, since it is still for the most part kind of hidden from public eye.
On that note, I think that while she would not want to, I think that Zara would try and use that connection to get back home.
Man, she is cock-whipped by this fucking blue dragon.
I mean, yeah.
I can't blame her.
It is
good dick is good dick.
It is a rough relationship.
That's the point.
I asked this ambassador, Dragonborn, and I was like, why exactly are you looking for this person? And why is the reward so high?
The High Bishop Usul seeks his fondest consort, his greatest treasure.
That sounds an awful lot like ownership. Are you sure you aren't just trying to retrieve a slave that escaped?
There are no
That is what a consort
slaves in Parzula.
That's what this sounds like.
Well, that is your opinion. Merely he states that
Zara
he
would,
wishes for his
sorry,
fondest
sorry.
treasure to be returned. That she can live in a life of comfort and love.
If it was truly comfortable and loving, then why'd she escape?
Some people don't see it that way. I'm sure she could
seems
be
like she
turned to
doesn't.
it. I'm sure if I had but the moment to talk to her, she would be convinced otherwise.
I imagine you're going to. The only moment you need is to put her in manacles. You can have this back as I hand her the chief.
Alright, you can.
I think Zara would want to use those connections to go back home on her own terms.
Zara's got a real fucked up, complicated relationship. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically just abusive as fuck, but in a
It's extremely abusive.
loving way.
The
Question mark?
High Bishop Usul in the Holy See of Parzula. I can say that now because everybody's figured out the Sea of Sand is spelled S-E-E instead of S-E-A.
Have we figured that out?
Yes. I can't imagine there's not any fucking point, considering I've slammed it into your head and Reed's head. It is a holy city that is the seat of a high bishop called it is in the Sea of Sand, a Sea of Sand. The seat of a high bishop is called a holy sea. I don't know how hard I can play on fucking words in a prophecy. It is a Sea of Sand. The Holy Sea. Don't fucking make me start ranting on the fucking prophecy. I thought I've made it so obvious at this point what all of them are.
Well, Colin, don't forget, you're dealing with some grade A retards here, so
It's true.
give us some credit.
At this point, I'm pretty sure at least Lou knows that the Sea of Sand is Parzula. And the Azure Spider Web is the sewers beneath it. But the point is, yes, you have. I lost my train of thought. I'm real drunk.
Colin, you're home. Go drunk.
It's true, but the point is, Connor, Zara is being looked for. How you want to deal with it is up with you. I'm kind of leveraging Max into kind of forcing your hand and deciding what you are going to do. Are you going to go to the Bloodstone Brotherhood and try to go on your own way? Are you going to flee the capital? Are you going to confront this? I mean, you can literally go to the nearest ambassador and they'll send you home.
No, I think she wants to go home on her own terms.
Alright, so are you Are you trying to...
Through the Bloodstone Brotherhood.
Alright, so you're going through the Bloodstone Brotherhood instead of fleeing the capital to one of the port cities such as Veskermund or Prost.
Yep. She would actually leave that up to completely random chance.
Oh, well, are you going to the Bloodstone Brotherhood or are you going to Veskermund? Or I guess technically you could go to the Ile de Royhan at this point, because there's a teleportation circle.
While that's very interesting for Connor, it is not something that she would know about, because Zara and Ito have not interacted in any way. So,
Alright.
She would go through the Bloodstone Brotherhood to go back home on her own terms.
It is time to leave Zara Alden behind, at least for now. So we can...
She would also be casting, like, Disguise Self every hour.
So I can have a nice clean cut between Ito and Zara, your two characters. Zara is going to the Bloodstone Brotherhood to seek passage back to Beaz Kumlahar, the city of Parzula.
Yep. After having an orgy with Klaus and contracting him to go kill her lover.
Klaus is fucking gone now, so...
She doesn't know that, though. This all took place in their night before he died.
So, but
this was literally like Klaus's last 24 hours.
But I gotta get a cutoff between Zara and Ito.
That's cool. I got it.
All right.
I think that is what would happen. I think that relationship would prevail, unfortunately.
Like I said, it is an abusive relationship. The Bishop Usul loves... He loves Zara, but he loves her as an object, not as a person. Zara is just another jewel in his treasure hoard. But that is what you will seek out. That is what Zara seeks out, and that is what she will find. So I fully suspect that Zara will pop up again. They are being drawn to the Sea of Sand Beaz Kumlahar. So, Connor, something to think about. Zara will be back.
Yep.
But for now, we finally have separated Eckhart and Zara from Aruna and Ito, which is really what I needed to be done.
Yeah, you're good.
Alright.
Do you need Tommy to figure out Eckhart's end?
Tommy already figured out Eckhart's end. Eckhart's end was he said, I did what I was supposed to do. I helped you save your life. I'll be around, but I'm going on my way. That was Eckhart's end.
Got it.
So yeah.
Alright.
Sorry, Max. Sorry, Max, that I had to use you like that.
That's fine. Sometimes such means are required when trying to squeeze things out of Connor.
But I needed Zora's conclusion for now.
Yep, no, that's good.
Alright. You me back over there?
Yep, we can all rejoin that.
Alright.
Oh no, they're back.
It has been a lot of separation.
Yeah.
Oh god, we're being invaded.
Next making a sandwich if you do anything.
That's fine.
relevant.
The big point of that was to wrap up what is going on with Zara, honestly. So I can finally have this basically clean cut where Eckhart and Zara are going on and doing their things, and now we've got Aruna and Ito back.
Right.
I like I said, I imagine we'll see Zara and Eckhart again. They will likely be NPCs.
Yo.
Alright. I really want to get through the capital stuff so you can be on the way to Feist. So, is there anything else that anybody wants to do in the capital? Aruna, right now, you're isolated. I imagine with the Emperor. And she is flirtatious. And she's surprisingly fun. But not necessarily in a funny way. There's a point in which she wants to throw darts at her guards to see if she can make it through chinks in their armor to hurt them. Despite the fact that they're wearing plate mail, she's surprisingly good at throwing it into their open helms and hitting them in the cheeks with darts, but at the same time missing their eyes. Seems like she's done this quite a lot. And they stand there unflinchingly loyal to their emperor. As she hands you a dart and says, "Go on, it's fun. They won't even turn away." And you realize, like I said, the Emperor is like a bitch that needs to be molded into something better than a bitch. You know what? It strikes me at this point. You know who would be really good for the Emperor to mold her? Adelindra.
I thought you were gonna say Smoke, and I was like, man,
Joseph Smoke is going to end up on the advisory council.
hell yeah, that's exactly what he'd do.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get some dinner though. We got soup. I'm gonna get some soup.
Yeah, she needs at least a common man on the council to speak for random villagers.
Okay. I will take the dart, and I'll kind of like roll it around in my hands. You know, someone that would absolutely love you.
I mean,
Who wouldn't
who wouldn't love me? If they didn't, well, bad things could happen to them. Have you seen what the inside of a jail cell looks like?
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not really a good way of looking at things, but
Interestingly, both of us have. Relatively recently, come to think.
They don't have much of a choice. I am the Emperor, after all.
you're not there, Ito.
What? I am there. I dismissed. Is
he there?
Yeah.
I thought you said I was isolated with her having fun.
Oh, I guess Colin did say that. I'm sorry.
I mean, I thought I assumed you stepped out the room to talk to her.
No, Ito just kind of like dismissed Venta. I said I didn't want to do it as a player, but
The most important thing of pulling him away was that Zara did stuff. I need to find out what Zara did.
But Ito would have stayed with the Emperor. Go ahead, Aruna.
Okay.
You know, your skin is very purple. I've never seen anything quite like it. It's lovely.
I appreciate that. But
she runs her finger beneath your chin.
Oh shit. This is the moment right here.
She's young. I mean, she's young. She likes to drink and she likes to fuck. I was 19 before too.
I
We
will
had a discussion.
I will gently put her hand down and cover it with my other hand. And I want to see if it makes her mad.
She doesn't really react to it at all. She doesn't seem mad by it.
Just out of curiosity, why do you do what you do?
She looks at you. What do you mean? Why do I do what I like to do?
Is it
because
fun?
I like to do it. Do I need a better reason than that?
Well, deep down, I think we all have a reason for doing things we do, and mostly it's because I'm afraid. And I was just wondering if you're like me. And I want to see if that, like...
Afraid of what, exactly? I'm the
Oh.
holy fucking emperor. I've got an army that I can raise with the snap of my fingers.
Man, so she doesn't even look phased when I say something like that?
No!
Is she drunk?
Okay.
Yep.
She's tipsy, but she is not drunk. And even though she's had a pretty fair amount of drink.
Ito would cough and say, like, Adelaide?
Holy Emperor Adelaide von Richten.
We had a discussion.
As you can see, she's prone to, any time someone tries to express familiarity to her, to put up a wall, essentially. She is the Holy Emperor, after all. Despite the fact that you're in her quarters drinking with her, there's always that separation.
No, for sure. And I think Ito would definitely notice. However, he would also notice that, or recall that when he did address her formally, he was ignored, and I think that I think he would choose to ignore that wall.
He has caught her attention, that's for damn sure.
I understand that earlier we had a discussion about your position, and
I can tell you a lot of positions I've been in.
the responsibility that you hold as the head of your empire.
Yes, I'm quite aware.
Now, that being said, and I will, I'm assuming she has liquor bottles. I will pick one up and I will start drinking it. And it's like, I understand the need to de-stress and make oneself comfortable. But we three in this room do have things to talk about. So while I will happily keep pace with your excess as much as I can, unfortunately, we do at some point need to address these things. And I believe my friend Aruna, and I would say her name deliberately because I don't think the Emperor knows it, would agree with me. And I will hand the Emperor a bottle.
Is that the case, Aruna? She
Well-
tries on the name for the for the first time, as she has not really said it yet.
Well, to be honest with you, I think Ito has a better grasp of how to deal with situations delicately, and I don't. But I reiterate my question on if you're afraid, because are you afraid to step up and make decisions that might hurt people?
I am
cause
not
trouble?
afraid of anything. I am the Holy Emperor.
Yes, we've established that, but you sure don't act like one.
And what are you trying to say, Moon Elf?
Just trying to gauge you as a person.
Aruna's death comes sooner than expected.
She stands up, towering over you. You're surprised to see her eyes flare slightly, her Deva blood. Her pure Deva blood, as the direct lineage of the emperors before her and the kings before her. I fear nothing. My duty is to this kingdom. I dare you to question it.
That anger and ferocity towards saving it, rather than pissing about in the castle like a drunkard.
And what would you have me do, Moon Elf? I've raised the armies. My
You're not being a
advisors
leader.
advise me every day as to the goings-on far, far to the west. A
Your
rabble,
advisors-
an army of nothing. Ice. It will be gone before the summer is out. How can ice pass through summer?
Your advisors, with all due respect, kiss your ass and don't tell you anything.
The Silver Dragon kisses my ass. He berates me daily. He's lucky that he has such a legacy to my ancestors. Otherwise, I would have his head put in the block.
Does she seem outwardly different than our conversation earlier?
She seems annoyed that you're now questioning her.
Right? So, I don't know if this requires rolls, but I'm purposely trying to rile her up on my side, and then have Ito kind of like bringing her down, or like.
No, you can do it.
Once she understands.
You can do it. She is getting riled up. Her. It's clear that she is the type of person that is kind of shirking her duty by. I mean, she's drinking, she's fooling around, she's doing stupid young kid things. She's young, she's dumb, and she's full of kaplach. So she is. I mean, she's acting like you would expect a 19-year-old kid would.
Sure.
but she is at the same time acutely aware of the duty she has to her empire, and it seems like she wants to serve that duty.
So, my friend here mentioned something about anger and fear, and there is being afraid of things,
I've
and
drank-
then there is...
Connor, I've drank 8 beers.
Jesus Christ, Connor, slow the fuck. Colin, slow the fuck down.
Colin, do you want to get some water?
No, I would like to
Please
continue.
get some water.
I would like to know what Ito has to say.
Ito says that my companion mentioned anger and fear. And there's being afraid of the world around you, and there's being afraid to face it. And I think, unfortunately, that you are not afraid to face it, but you have no reason to. The army that you so flippantly dismiss as a danger is a danger, and it is coming whether you like it or not, and it will survive the summer. You had expressed not hours ago a desire to have someone on your council who is willing to do something besides kiss your ass.
This means a lot to Ito, because this is also the lives of his people. They're being drafted into the army as well.
What Ito's trying to say is, while we understand the life you're trying to lead, we aren't lucky enough to be dealt great cards in life, and you can do something here and now that matters before there's nothing left.
Great power comes great responsibility.
So we've seen firsthand what they can do and what will happen to the capital if all the advisors do is sit around and play political games and kiss your ass. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be horrible.
I was not.
You're gonna be
kidding,
here all
right?
the way through the end.
I was not kidding. You need to, unfortunately, oust your entire apartment. Everyone. Every single person. Even Gen, if you feel that you would want to.
Again, he's so
Unfortunately-
dull and uninteresting. He's always telling me what I should be doing.
Well, I think you need dull and uninteresting at this point.
He's the one that told me I should promote the Lady Adelindra to High General.
Can I...
Damn.
I'm gonna do something that's probably a very bad idea.
What the how did Lincoln get all the way fucking over?
Can I... Okay, just to confirm, like, how long has it actually been since
Months.
Klaus's death?
Since Klaus's death, a day.
Okay, so have we, at this point, long rested?
Sure, why not? I'll say you've had a chance to long rest. I'm ready to get some move on. I thought you were gonna say how long has it been since we left Adelindra?
No. I would like to get very close to the Emperor. Does she retreat? Does she get defensive?
She leans in close and says, "Ooh, it's about time."
I will look at Aruna, and I will tell Aruna that this is a very bad idea.
Okay.
And I am going to cast Lay on Hands for 5 points to remove a disease of intoxication from her. And I'm going to do that by slapping her across the face.
Oh, you.
She's tipsy, so sure, why not?
And I will tell her
God.
that dull and boring has a place in life. Because if it is not appreciated, you will not live long enough to enjoy the other half.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
I'm actually shaking. for
Would you
the-
like to intimidate or persuade?
No, I don't want to intimidate her. That's not my goal here.
Persuade with advantage.
No joke.
Boy,
Fucking
you
called
need-
her out.
That you needed that you know, it's a good thing you didn't have disadvantage.
Holy shit.
She
I was
trembles
gonna-
Right?
slightly.
I'm back.
And looks up at you.
Do her guards do anything?
No. They stand at both sides of the door. They look to her, and she holds out her hand. And she narrows her eyes. What would
if
you have
she
me do,
doesn't-
Lord Sarasenio? Do you want me to fire my entire advisory board?
I want you to look at your guards here. That did absolutely nothing to protect you.
Of course they didn't. You didn't do any harm to me. Do you want them to do something, Lord Sarasenio? I can have you dragged to the dungeons.
You're right. You can make people do these things.
Shut
but
up.
They do not want to.
Shut up. Kiss me.
No, I won't.
What are you, gay?
You asked
Fucking
me
got him.
if I wanted a position on your council. I do not want that position. But I think that unfortunately, for me, you need me there.
You know he needs somebody there. That being said, there is a steady hand of Gen. She hasn't always listened to him. But you if you want to keep playing, I will say, if you want to keep playing Ito, Gen, you can take the advisory board and step down from Ito. Or Gen can fill that slot. Because Gen will absolutely do it. The whole point is that now she's more willing to listen to not yes men. And Gen is not a yes man. He's always wanted to just do what's best. She's not really listening to him though. It's up to you if you want to step down from Ito or not, because this is an out for a character. It is an ending possibly for a character, or if you want to. There's still more to Ito though. There is still the mystery of the Green Lady.
It is
up to you, Connor.
I would have to talk to you.
But the thing is, she is convinced, at least reasonably, that she probably should listen to actual advisors. One of which is, Gen, and one of which can be Joseph Smoke. Joseph Smoke. Max.
Yeah. What about Smoke?
You've seen the decadence of the capital.
Yes.
You've seen that you come from a small village, Joseph Smoke. You've seen the disconnect. I mean, if you want to talk in a Bernie Sanders voice, you can, because this is what Joseph Smoke is becoming. A progressive revolutionary, one who will speak into the Emperor's ear for the common man, for those that are being downtrodden, not just beneath the heavy boots of the armies of Black Everfrost, but of the government itself. Those who were neglected. Those who were stuck in a village where they felt that the only way out was to join the military, to become a flaming hussar. As you remember Christabel, a character that you were supposed to have interaction with, but you were never around to have interaction with. Who was called Chrissy the Sissy, who was forced to be, who felt he was forced into a position of that, of military. And you're able to speak to her on that matter, to give her the woes of a common man. That is a position that Joseph Smoke will fill.
Yeah. Smoke. Yeah. Smoke will do it.
It gives Joseph Smoke an out. And so Venta can rise. Joseph Smoke has accomplished what he wanted to. In a way. He's dealt with the Redeemer, and now he will aid the next generation. Meanwhile, we gotta get done with the capital so you can start heading to Feist. If there is anything else you want done in this capital, I gotta know.
I think
Literally, the only thing that I could think of doing is actually going to the arena, because I dangled that in front of everyone and nothing happened to it. So
There is, like I said, there is a fight pit.
I think Tommy and I need to talk to you, like out of session.
But we really gotta get a move on at some point.
yeah, we've been in the capital for like
Been a capital
2
for a while.
actual real life months.
You've got the important stuff from it, realistically.
I also kind of want to talk to you, like, aside about what I talked about when we were in that channel. So
Yeah, but we gotta figure it out. We gotta go. We gotta get a move on. Essentially, at this.
are we
point.
doing it right now, or do you want to?
I would like to be ready to go to Feist next week, so I can start doing the Feist stuff. So please, I will start with Nick, and we will hash out what's going on with Alec Cool.
What does the vampirism entail for me? Like
For
like,
you,
as a player.
If you become a vampire,
Yeah.
not gonna lie, don't know what it entails right now.
Okay.
There will be but I promise you there will be bonuses,
major
swings both ways, and it's not. And I know you got the eye patch that helps you with sunlight sensitivity. That's not gonna help with it.
Okay. That will allow me to be in the sunlight.
It will let you be in the sunlight, but you're still going to suffer detriments within sunlight.
Is that something that can be remedied at some point later?
The eye patch letting you be in sunlight at all is the remedy.
Okay.
You will always suffer a penalty in sunlight, just like technically Siegfried always suffers a penalty in sunlight, but since he's an NPC, you don't really get a view behind that. Essentially,
okay.
When he's in sunlight, while he's wearing a veil, he does not suffer like he's dying from it, but he does have disadvantage on his attacks.
Okay.
But there's a big penalty to vampirism. That being said, there's big bonuses. One of the big ones is increased strength. There's increased speed and dexterity. There is everlasting life. That sort of thing.
Like increased physical strength?
Yes. You get bonuses to strength. You get bonuses to dexterity. You get a bonus to movement speed. You suffer disadvantage. Like I said, I mean, with the eye patch that you got, it would only be at you have disadvantage in bright light and sunlight, or it's not technically bright light; it's direct sunlight. But also, you have to partake of blood every day.
Okay.
If you are partaking of rat blood, essentially, if you are partaking of animal blood, you will start to deteriorate because you at some point need human or humanoid blood.
Gotcha.
The way for Siegfried, he has a cadre of basically he has like an entire stable of barmaids that he basically siphons off of. Those are all his barmaids that you see the punctures in their neck. They have sort of gray, pallid skin. Siegfried's always drinking from them. The problem is, where would you get that? And also, how would the rest of the party feel about Alec Cole drinking humanoid blood every now and then? Hard to say. Yeah. I imagine Reed would be pretty not okay with it.
Yeah.
So it comes with benefits. It comes with big benefits. It comes with big detriments. And even with the eye patch, I will say the eye patch negates the worst part of it. But even without the eye patch, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. I think I will do it.
And there is a flight. I think there's a flight speed. I'll have to look at the vampire transformation.
Yeah.
But if you want to do it, he is willing to do it. You just have to be willing to accept the bad sides of it.
Yep. I think I'll do it.
All right. You will you go to Siegfried. And it will be done. I don't feel like going into detail of it exactly,
No, that's
but
totally fine.
it'll be done. Next session, whenever you leave, you will be a vampire. A vampire Thrycrane. Basically, you are going. I'll have to figure out the exact specifics.
Yeah, you
of
can
it.
work out the details. I figured if we were going to be leaving, that's something I needed to have done like
Yes.
now.
But it does need to be done by Siegfried like now, because you're not going to get another
Yeah.
opportunity.
Gotcha.
All right.
All right.
Are you going to tell the rest of the party, or just going to be a vampire?
I'll think about that while I take the dog outside.
I'm freaked out by since you don't have fangs, you probably have like just mandibles where you suck blood. You have a proboscis now.
That's more weird.
It's even freakier. You're like a mosquito bug. I like it. It's fucked up. Everything is going fucking perfectly as far as I'm concerned. All right.
Yep.
All right. You'll take that offer from Siegfried.
Yep.
I'll
sure
think
will.
about what that does.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right.
Nope.
Oh,
All right,
hi.
hang
All
on,
right.
Colin. We have an idea, but this is a full room. Okay, hang on, Colin. I gotta be honest. I'm mad about Max.
Why?
I don't want to listen to this.
He sent me a message 5 seconds before opening his mouth, asking me about the island that I had, and he didn't even know where it was. I was given like no heads up on this. I'm not saying the Ilderoyhan is mine and he can't be there, but like he's been a flake. He's not done anything with his character beforehand, and now I feel like I'm tying my hands with a character that I have no.
You're not tying his hand, because I have told him everything about the Ilderoyhan, and everything that I have said is true about the Ilderoyhan, including
When
the
did you
teleportation.
tell him? Because he didn't know where it was.
I pulled him away and told him everything he needs to currently know about the Ilderoyhan, which, in all fairness, is not the actual location within the world. He just needed to know about the teleportation circle, essentially.
Sure. No, I know. I feel like I was caught with my pants down, and not in a good way.
But that's okay. It's nice to include. Like we're trying to bring Max in. We're trying to get him to roleplay.
And you can ask Tommy. I literally said I'm going to feel like a cunt about this because this could get Max to actually roleplay.
Like we're trying to bring him in.
Okay.
And he is trying to interact with people in the party. He's trying to interact with you. He's trying to tie himself to you, at least in a way.
You got that impression that he actually wants to play the game now?
I hope so.
He's not going to let you make weeks of prep work to be a no-show and then fall asleep during a session?
I have done that. I have done that with Lou, fucking over and over again, Connor.
That's true. Okay.
I have given Lou opportunities, and now he's finally taking in the opportunity to talk with someone.
Okay.
Well,
And
you
that's
guys are
okay.
talking-
Because I've
Hey,
also
just-
I can't think of any character that I haven't done prep work that they haven't gone into.
Hey, just real quick, I'm gonna be gone for like 1 minute, so you guys hash out whatever you need to. I'll be back.
If you want, we can pull Max in here and talk about it.
No, it's fine. I just, I was literally flat-footed, and I don't know, I was not prepared for that in any way.
I appreciate that he's trying to tie himself into the story.
No, I do. From an objective standpoint, if that gets him to actually participate in the game, I'm excited for it. I just was not prepared for it at all. And because of the nature of Max's flake, I was, immediately pissed off.
I've used Max to deliver what I need you to know, which is that the teleportation circle is up and running. If Max disappears tomorrow, he's given to you the information I need you to know.
Got it. Okay. Tommy and I have an idea. I will speak for Tommy in this instance. I think I can do so accurately. He and I are at a quandary right now, because I get that we have the prophecy, we have the ultimately larger machinations of the world going on, and the story, and that you ultimately want to get us moving. However, Tommy and I are at a point where we really do think that this is interesting enough to warrant more gameplay.
We are here doing more gameplay right now. I don't have to end right now.
Okay, yeah, because the way you were saying is that we need to wrap it up, and
I would like to today be wrapped up.
Okay.
If we have to play for another half an hour of you role playing, that's fine. But I would like to start next week up with you going.
Tommy and I took that as you want us to just leave the capital like right now, and we were kind of concerned because we're like, there's so much shit we still have to do.
I would like to start next week with you leaving. If you need another half an hour or 45 minutes to role play with the Holy Emperor, do it. But the point is,
Tommy,
next week I want to start.
Okay, I think Tommy and I can work with that. Tommy, are you here yet? He's not here yet. I'll fill him in. I think we will. I think a half hour is all the time we need.
But I just want to get started next week on you doing your final.
Oh,
if
Tommy's back.
Are you back, Tommy?
So Tommy, Colin, I spoke for you, and I said that you and I find this part of our game extremely intriguing, and that we're not quite done here yet. What Colin meant was he wanted us to wrap up this roleplay session, not necessarily that he wanted us to just jump ship and leave the capital. He said that might happen next session.
I want to be done. I want to be able to go on next week, and that doesn't mean we have to end right now. I mean, you can continue your roleplay with the Emperor, but I would like to get all of it done today. If that takes another half hour, 45 minutes, that's fine. But I kind of want next week to be the final preparations, and then you head out on your direction of where you want to go, whether that be Feist or the Ile de Royhan or the Deepwater Lake, or if you want to go up to the Three Sisters. It's up to you, but I would like to know. I'd like to get the capital stuff wrapped up this week.
No, I think, Tommy, are we agreed that that's the route we're gonna go for?
It's that. Or...
I'm gonna try it because I think in character it makes sense.
I'd say it's that, or we sacrifice our characters to be NPCs for a while. So.
Okay. All right, back to the room.
Hey, Colin.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that he dragged me into here with the whole Max thing.
Not back to the room.
But I mean, I was just saying, if you're talking with the Emperor, you can do it in here. That might not be stuff that they know. If you don't want them to know.
No, this is something we definitely kind of. I think we would want them to at least hear.
All right, let's wrap this up. Let's do it.
My monk die is smaller than the
right
2D
like
12 that the fucking sniper.
Like I was telling Connor, I'm not trying to wrap it up right now. If you've got anything you need to do, please tell me. But I would like to start next week on the things. So it's not like if you've got more stuff to do, I'm not going anywhere. We can still take another half hour, 45 minutes, or an hour to finish up everything in the capital. It's just next week I would like to be on our way. And if that means we have to spend some time right now finishing stuff up, I would like to get it done.
I think.
I would like to close the session, not to be dramatic, but if anybody has anything else to do, I would like to end the session with Tommy and I talking to the Emperor. So if anybody has anything else at all to do, please jump in.
Does
Ito be melodramatic?
Does Ito want to sell his shitty chimes of opening that he got on his random magic item roll? It's not. The thing is, chimes of opening are a rare magic item. They're worth 1,500 gold pieces.
Noted.
He's gonna use. Ah man, he's obviously gonna use it to unlock the.
I feel like
imaginary chastity.
I feel like chimes of opening might be only worth 1,000 gold pieces. They probably be at the lowest end. They're not a great magic item.
It's technically on the record. It's 1,500.
1,500. All right, 1,500 gold pieces.
Okay, but no. Beaver had mentioned an arena. If you guys have anything else you want to do,
like I said, I would like to get this all wrapped up this week so we can start worrying about Feist and the Deepwater Lake and Sol Sanctus next week.
Well, I think you might have been talking about the arena we passed by when I was chasing down that other monk.
Yes,
did mention the arena.
Yeah.
There is an arena outside of A Taste of Pride and Blood. It is a fight arena.
Colin?
Yep.
Mine and Connor's thing, if we just discuss it with people outside of the game slightly, if we just talk to you before next session, that, in my opinion, could also work, and you could just record it for notes. If that makes this game wrap up sooner, and we just take a little bit of time
I'm
elsewhere.
okay with this. I'm okay with this taking another half hour.
No, I was just saying for everyone else's sake, in case.
I mean, if nobody else is doing anything,
Yeah, if nobody else is doing anything,
No.
like, I'll just launch into
then
it.
you just
Yeah.
launch into it.
Because also, we can do the arena thing before we leave.
Like I said, the
Because that's gonna be a combat.
the arena thing is not important. It was mostly just flavor, because
Yeah.
Beaver was talking about how he came up with this character concept. This is mostly bringing up the stuff that Beaver told me, that there was an arena and things like that. You don't necessarily have to fight in the arena. I wasn't putting that in to be like, you need to fight in a gladiator games. This was just, he told me that was what was around A Taste of Pride and Blood, and I was describing it.
I would okay, so back to it. I would look at one of the guards, and I would kind of roll my eyes, and I would say, "Could you please collect again?"
The guards do not acknowledge you at all. They merely look at the Holy Emperor, and she kind of looks at you, and she looks at the guards, and she just waves her hand, and she says, "If they kill me, well, they won't kill me. The tower's defenses will protect against that. Go find Gen." And they pause for a moment and then turn and leave.
And I would
I wasn't lying, by the way. If you dare raise a hand against me, the tower's defenses will completely smite you.
that sounds perfectly reasonable to me. Aruna,
You did slap the shit out of her though, and you didn't get smite.
it's true. Ito,
It's for our own good.
I would Aruna. Do you still have the ability to send messages?
Yes, we did. We did long rest. So yes, I
You
can.
did say that. Can you? You can't collect people, can you? You don't have like teleport or anything.
I do have teleport, but it
You do?
requires me being with the person.
Mm.
And a circle, more so than just sporadically.
Would Aruna be able to get Adelindra?
Probably not.
No.
At
no,
this
I'm
point,
not quite
she's
that strong.
at this
Okay,
point
then
she's
I will-
not even in Krut's castle. There has been stuff that is going on.
Sure.
I wish Cody were here. I could tell him what's
Boy,
been
do
going,
I.
because Cody knows what's going on in Krut's castle, but he's
Boy,
not
do
here. So Adelindra is not
Oh.
also not there.
Okay, then I will wait until Gen arrives, and I will ask while we're waiting. I would ask the Emperor that I have an idea. I don't think you will enjoy it at first, but I think ultimately it would be more beneficial to you, more beneficial to your realm, and ultimately more entertaining, strange manner of speaking. But it's an idea that I don't want to broach because it does involve Gen, and I would like him to be present.
That stick in the mud.
Yeah, unfortunately, sticks in the mud are oftentimes necessary. I will again hand her another random bottle.
Well, you do know how to charm a girl, as she takes the bottle and downs it.
I said I would match her, so I'm going to do the same.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's right. You're not as drunk as her anymore because you fucking cured her.
Yeah, but she's downing an entire bottle in front of him.
16.
Yeah, but he's also had a head start.
16.
You manage to mostly maintain your own your senses. you're not coming from a, you know, island that focuses on making wine. You're not a stranger to drinking, and so you're able to keep your senses about you as you down it. But eventually, the guards return with Gen. You can see, you're actually surprised, Ito. Gen has taken on the form of an older gentleman. Not his young self, and not his attractive self that he sort of made to Klaus. A slightly older man. He's not ugly, but he's also not exactly attractive. You get the feeling he takes on this form to dissuade the Holy Emperor from trying to hit on him.
Tommy, do you want me to?
Ito,
Listen,
you have and he still has. You can immediately see he still has the shade over his face, the shadow over having learned that the guy he was kind of crushing on is dead. You know, that's a rough thing. Dead, quote unquote. That's a rough thing to learn about.
Dead or worse. Again, I apologize for giving you a.
My
a hell of a
duty is
cardio.
to the Empire, and as an advisor, I am open to advice at any point in time. I relish the opportunity to advise.
About that. She's dismissed her guards. They're not in the room, right? It's just the four of us.
She's dismissed her guards. Like I said, if you try to do something, there's magics within the tower that can stop that.
No. That's as I said, understandable. Tommy, you were starting to say something.
oh, I was just gonna say, don't beat around the bush.
Yeah, no.
She
Again,
says,
on that
"How
note,
did you see me with my pants off?"
Again, on that note, I have an idea that I don't think you're going to like, but I think it would work.
Often the ideas that are best, well, it's not what I like, it's what's best for the Empire.
And I would ask again if the Empire has ever had a steward.
As far as I can remember, no. There's always been a line of succession. There have been queen regents, king regents, people that have ruled in the stead. They've always been, they wouldn't necessarily have been steward, they've always been direct family members.
Aruna is correct. I should not beat around the bush. 20 years ago, I left my little island and I came to Stalreich and I experienced the world. I encountered people. I fell in love. I fought in a war. I nearly died. I experienced life. I think Emperor Adelaide, Holy Emperor Adelaide von Richten, that you have had life thrust upon you and you have not had the opportunity to experience it. So my very terrible idea is that you come with us and you leave your empire under the control of a steward.
Who would I trust to the Empire? You? This feckless silver dragonborn that always opines over his lost love?
Well, a highly intelligent stick in the mud and a spear-wielding badass, eye-patch-wearing bitch of a leader to take care of the kingdom sounds a hell of a lot better than what's going on now.
I'm certain that the four of us and the fifth that Aruna just mentioned could potentially put together a proficient war council to manage the empire in your time. But I think, unfortunately, Adelaide, I think you need to experience what you're fighting for.
Everything is
What-
going so perfectly. Roll a persuasion check. With advantage.
Hell yeah!
There
Hell
is
yeah!
one.
It's working!
Woo!
Real good. That's real good. The plan's working.
You can see her mouth is agape and she says, "Me? Leave the capital to travel on what?
Foot, most likely.
Foot!
Airship.
Are you saying that people wouldn't even carry me on a palanquin?
I mean, if you really are
Yo.
that much of a bitch, I'll carry you.
You saw a gentleman from my island come and visit. If you saw the garb that he was wearing, I'd imagine you'd be in something a bit similar to that. Because, and I would look at Glenn, I don't think we can tell people what we're doing.
Ayo.
You expect
Bruh.
me to leave the capital? But Gen doesn't seem upset by it. He actually nods his head somewhat sagely and says, "In the Silver Dragon Monastery, we had our acolytes go out and travel amongst the people, especially during the winter, to help those that were in need, so that they might learn the obligation they had to their fellow man." I mean, the reality is Gen is the perfect person, because that was the whole Silver Dragon Monastery, was in the winter, they would go out and they would help people, because they feared the this sort of Black Everfrost army. And so he nods his head, and he says, "That is something we thought had to be instilled in every acolyte.
Oh,
And I see no reason why it shouldn't be instilled in a young emperor to understand the
quick-
duty they have to their people."
Quick question, Colin.
Yep.
When she's yelling about leaving the capital, can I get like an insight into like if she's afraid to actually leave the fucking capital?
Yeah,
Or
is
like,
she scared or
that
disgusted?
bothers her?
Sure.
I just want to know if she's repulsed or scared. I have pretty good insight too. No, it's real good. 22.
16.
She's nervous. She's not repulsed. She's not, like, she doesn't view the people as disgusting, unwashed masses. She's nervous.
Okay.
She's
look
like I
again.
said, she's young and she's accepting a mantle that has been thrust upon her. I mean, she took lead at a young age. Her father has only recently died, so...
Okay. I look at Gen, and I look at her, and then I look back at Gen. I think we found something the Holy Emperor is afraid of.
I don't fear anything!
Well, if you don't fear anything, flying around an airship with a bunch of peasants wouldn't be that hard.
But
You got her there,
Yeah.
and she sort of purses her lips and narrows her eyes. That's right. You don't even have
Yeah.
to roll a persuasion check for that. You've really caught her in the fucking loophole.
Holy Emperor wielding a blade
There's-
atop
there's
an
only
airship
one
with
prob-
a bunch of adventures.
There's only one problem. You only have... She's gonna... If you take the Holy Emperor, she takes one of your NPC slots. And they're currently full.
Yondu
Well,
was leaving, wasn't
Yonduin wanted to leave. He wanted to go and depart with his daughter Janice and his wife, who have
Oh.
all taken
Isn't
him on
there
their
a-
ship.
okay, hang on, wait. First of all, y'all guys aren't here.
Yonduin is given the opportunity. He would like to retire to the Ile de Royan and live with Valdira and his family. And now he's been
So-
given the chance.
So hear me out. Gen, we have royal coffers, obviously, correct?
Of course, we've got a fair amount of money.
I would cough at Aruna's bluntness, and I say, we don't have shit.
The Emperor
Fair enough.
does.
The Emperor does. If accommodations are an issue, or the airship's not necessarily to your comfort or liking, it would not hurt to possibly help increase that comfort level also, or make it spiffier if that makes you happier.
I would cut Aruna off, and I would say, I don't think that is a wise idea. I want to cast Detect Thoughts on Adelaide, and I want to say I think that unfortunately, if you're going to do this, and it is going to be of a benefit, you need to leave your capital not as the Emperor, but as a normal person.
If you're casting Detect Thoughts on Adelaide, her thoughts and her temperament is fiery, as if you dare to question if she can do this. Of course she can do this. She's the goddamn Holy Emperor.
Yeah,
Of
hang
course
hang
she
I,
can.
I didn't ask if she could. I asked if she was willing to.
And of course she is willing. She'll live in a 1-by-1 fucking room to prove you wrong at this point, that you would dare to question her. There is this streak within her of fiery anger and resistance that anybody would dare question her authority. And that is both bad and good for an emperor.
Ooh.
Sorry about the wall of text.
Oh, another question. I don't know if I'd know because I'm like country wood bumpkin. Are the emperors and empresses known for like magic or like for fighting or like
No.
martial
They're,
skills?
they're not known
No.
for any in particular.
Okay, would I innately know if she like has magic capabilities or anything?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, they're still individual people. They are devas, but at the end of the day, they're what they are trained up to be, essentially. They're known for being generally pretty good leaders for the most part. They're known for fiery temperaments and that sort of thing, but as to their actual prowess within magic and martial, it depends on how they're trained.
Okay.
So anyway,
But
wondering about molding.
like I said, the most famous Von Richtens, they're known for being clerics and paladins. They're essentially they have blessings of the Forge, like they're clerics of the Forge or paladins of that like. And they worship the god Lothmater, but as to the specifics of her, you don't know yet. You can find that out traveling with her, but you don't know yet.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna spar her on the airship because I'm a weak baby, so she can beat me. She's semi-good.
but that is my
But
plan.
I will say, they do tend towards clerics and paladins.
Again, I apologize for the enormous pile of shit I just handed you.
He says, I wouldn't have come back to advise if I didn't plan on having a pile of shit put on me. I would have stayed in the monastery if I didn't.
I had a feeling you would say something like that, but I truly think that the young emperor is in a position where she wants to enjoy life because she never has before.
He looks at the Emperor and nods his head. I quite agree. She needs to experience both life, and she needs to experience the world outside the capital.
By fire.
You've grown far too long in this pampered household, and while I doubt you're going to starve on that airship like some of the people that you worship and struggle beneath you starve, you might get at least a glimpse of it. It will humble you. If I might speak frankly, Empress, Holy Emperor, your great ancestor was my dearest friend, and I see a little bit of him in you. I see him whenever I look at you. I hope that you can rise to the heights that he rose to, that in a time of need you might save this empire, and that the people around you will help you much like I helped him. But that's all Gen has to say. He agrees with you 100%. You don't have any convincing to do to him. Like I said, Gen is not a yes man. He does believe that she needs to get out and see the world itself.
Okay. So, I will do a little curtsy to the Empress or Emperor, and I'll be like, well, get on your best traveling clothes, lady. We're shipping off pretty soon. And I'll fuck off.
She's a little bit dumbfounded. She is going to be living in a basically 15-foot by 10-foot room, which is not very big. But she's going to.
Gonna be wondering where all the silk sheets are.
As she
Right.
is, she's gonna take a fourth slot on your airship, but I imagine I was gonna say you have to decide who you're going to dismiss, but I imagine it's gonna be Yonduin. He's got his daughter with him, Janice, and he's got his wife. And
if there's a safe place for Yonduin, it's in the fucking capital.
No, it's not in the capital. It's in the Ile de Royhan, as he will.
Oh, sorry.
He is going to teleport to the Ile de Royhan.
That's even better. That's even better.
But that being said, Ito, your longtime companion, someone that has been with you through thick and thin.
I want to do that next session. I want to do an actual scene with Yonduin.
Oh my god, please, Connor. I just want to go to fucking Feist next week. We'll do it next session, but we're still going to Feist. I'll start off at the top of the round with you talking with Yonduin, who is
that's all I want.
But
I want to be.
But if there's anything else that needs to be done in the capital, I would like to start heading to Feist next week.
If Aruna has left, I'm going to stay with the Emperor unless she dismisses me.
She does not dismiss you at all. She continues drinking with you.
And I am going to stay there all night and kind of just try and prep her.
All right.
I am going to. I just want to. Before we leave, I want to leave a note with Gen, of just make it known that if you find any Thrycreen, to tell them to look for the airship.
And before you go, Gen will get back to you on what the fucking common in those books means. But the point is, also, I will say, Lincoln is now open for business. He has got his new book, Modern Alchemistry, and you can bring him stuff to improve his poisons. If you want to look at what that is, you can look on the journal notes. The most recent one is he can make Roxbane right now because you got 10 Rox feathers. You just have to give it to him. But I have to pee, so we will end it right there. I think everybody's done in the capital.
Oh my god!
I hate Max so fucking much.
Say what?
What?
I
Max
fucking
just
hate
fucking
Max.
dipped as soon as you said that.
Immediately. I am gonna go for a little bit. They want to watch anime, and Ryan's
Alright.
been working since
If-
super early and just got home. So
Nick, do you want to put up the server so me and Tommy can work?
yes, I can
Alright.
do that.
But we're gonna end it right there. Next week.
Colin, you rubbed your temples. Did you see that coming?
No, I wanted her to go out into the world.
Yes!
I wanted that to be I wanted her to see a bigger picture somehow. And that not only that is super important, is that she gets a bigger picture. So you went where I wanted her to go.
I had the idea, and I was like, would Ito think of that? Because remember, I have a wisdom of 8, but then I realized, wait a minute, that's literally what I did.
I wanted her to go into the world. In fact, that was planned through somehow, but we're going to end it right here. If you can think of anything else, please tell me, because I want to start into Feist. We've spent enough time in Weissenberg. You've done the Black Vaults. I will tell you what Gen learns next week, but we're going to end it right there.